And just a quick synopsis for those of you who just got here. This woman went on a crime spree with a man who she knew he had been incarcerated, and she works a lot with recently released prisoners, which is also a little odd, but okay. Her brother has been in prison. I think she's done a few stints herself. Um, and she's appealing, and she seems to have her ducks in a row, so to speak, and she seems to have some good appeal arguments. Um, I, of course, don't like the I'm just a mom thing, and I think it's a little bit ridiculous. No matter, even if you are just a mom, there's just no need to say it. You know, it's like people when they're like, I love my kids. It's like, you don't have to say that. People, I mean, it's kind of, you know, safe to assume that you love your kids, no? But here we go.
Sorry about your loss. Thanks. How old are your babies that are with us still?
So my baby just turned 18, and then my oldest just turned 25.
Me too, Kel,
and I
yeah.
have two wonderful grandbabies.
Awesome.
Yes.
And so, let me go through this. Tell me a little bit, and I did read, Rachel sent me through your appellate testimony, so I did read through some of that to try and refresh myself a little bit. Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit about how you met Billy.
So, I met Billy. I went to Tara Freeman, for which is one of my really good friends, Herman Jeffrey Stubbs, his girlfriend. So she had come over to my house, and she had asked me if I wanted to go visit him in Santa Rosa County Jail. He was locked up at the time, and I said I did. So I went with her, and we went to visit him. While we were there, Billy Boy had popped up on the screen, and just like popped up and jetted down, like in the little corner. And he was like, this is a friend of mine, and he wanted to know if I would write him, because I wrote people in prison. My brother was in prison, and I was part of a prison writing ministry at St. Mary's Episcopal. We would do God letters.
I'm so sorry
people.
I'm not buying
We would
it.
write people uplifting letters, everything, and I was part of that. I also ran the daycare at St. Mary's for a very long time. So it was something that we did, and they would go in and they would see people that were approved, would go in and see them and pray for them, you know, while they were locked up and everything. So I was like, sure, I didn't mind, and it helped a lot of people. You know, I had resources through the church and other things to where I could help people get clothes, the whole 9 yards, help them, you know, with the banks for food, help them do food stamps and everything else, because I'd gone through some of that stuff myself,
Right,
being a
just
single
me.
mom, you know. So I told him, sure,
Hi, Addie.
I would write him and everything. So, and then after I wrote him one time. Then I talked to my brother on the phone. My brother was in prison. And when I talked to my brother, he was like, stop writing him. Don't write him anymore. And I was like, why? Why don't you want me writing him? And he was like, well, so my brother was into a lot of things. And he had got in trouble. He was in prison. So he had told me to stop writing him. So I stopped writing him. I had told Jeff that I wouldn't write him anymore. And he was like, well, why? But my brother had told me that they had business dealing gone wrong. And there was some money short, there was an argument, there was guns drawn, the whole 9 yards, that he had like basically a vendetta against him or what.
She won't kill you.
Israel James
I mean,
was
spoiler
his partner
alert.
on a lot of
She
things,
doesn't.
and one of his best friends. And Billy Boyette, apparently, I would find this out, you know, through my brother, in that he had
Hey, Deb.
attacked him with a cat claw, and there was like reports and everything. They went to jail, Israel did, and him. It was a violent scene, everything else. I would find out more about him later on. I really didn't know anything about him. So I was like, okay. So I wrote Jeff, and I
Good
was
question.
like,
I'm not buying it.
I'm not going to write him anymore. Can you let him know?
Oh, here he is.
So he was like, okay, I will. And when Billy had wrote me, he had wrote me asking me if I could help him and everything else.
Sorry.
And he
I know,
got
Kel.
out.
Yeah, it's a
That never
disappointment.
happened. So I never made contact like that with him when he got out.
After that whole thing happened and your brother had kind of given you that warning, how did it come about to where he knew where you lived and was coming to your house?
Well, the first letter that I had wrote him, my address was on there. So I couldn't do anything about that. The damage was already done through the very first letter. So I couldn't take that back after it was done.
Okay. And pardon if I kind of go around because of the short time, I'm going to kind of jump a little bit because I have read through your version of events, so I don't want to take 25-30 minutes talking
Hi,
through
Natalie.
quite all of that, and then maybe miss some of this important stuff. Talk to me a little bit about, I know he threatened your family.
Yes.
So, again, another quick just summary for those who are just getting here. This woman is in Lowell Annex with Sarah Boone, and she works in the legal library. She's working on her second appeal now. And she, one of our sexy people told me that a relative of his is there, and he told me to look her up. Her name is Mary Rice. So I did, and here she is. She is, oh yeah, a little bit, Dandy. She's, I find her very interesting because she actually has her ducks in a row, as I just said. Hi, Sky Flashed. She's, it's not like the people we're used to watching where it's like, this is such bullshit, And, right, there's nothing wrong with religion. It's just people like Sarah Boone kind of give it a bad name sometimes. She obviously worked with her church with some sort of recently released prisoners program, but she doesn't drag God into the conversation, which I respect.
Any point did you find out if there was any truth to that?
Okay, so he had told me that there was an abandoned place somewhere along the road where my ex-mother-in-law had stayed. He told me that there was someone staying in it and that was watching my kids. He knew
I know, Sky
where my kids
Flashed.
went to school. He knew what bus they rode. He knew
Hi,
what
Dwayne. I see you.
They went to school, that they got out of school. He knew where my mom worked. He knew where she lived. My mom told me later on.
Yes, Natalie, I
after
saw it.
all this, she had told me that she had seen him in the store. When she seen a picture of him on the TV, she was like, oh my God, I remember that guy because he stood off. He kind of acted weird. And she remembered him coming into the store and like scoping it out, and made her kind of feel uncomfortable. But at the time, she didn't think anything of it, until later on. And then she was like, oh my God, that was him. So he definitely had followed her, places, and she had noticed. And he knew where my brother was in prison, and he was connected. He had been in and out of prison, so he knew people. So he had someone watching my brother as well. And whenever he told me that, I believed him with everything. And what was the second part?
Do you know if he actually, like, after everything ended, do you know if he was telling you the truth? Did he have someone actually there watching, or was that just him using a ruse?
Okay, so I had told the detectives, and I had told my lawyer at the time, for which was Kenneth Brooks. I told them about that. And I told them, please, go look across the street from, Norma's, go check everything out. I told him, whenever they did the interview with the deposition with Mr. Hunt, I guess he was in the apartment above where everything had happened, I guess. I learned this in trial.
Yeah, I just think, one's faith is kind of personal. There's no need to.
They never followed up on that. They never followed up on the leads that I told them about going and checking about an empty place to see if there was any remains of anything, cigarette butts, if there was any garbage that was left behind, anything that showed where someone had been sitting there, for an extensive period of time, there would be stuff there. And I told them, could you please go and check this out?
Exactly,
and
Addie.
Mr. Brooks was like, oh, I do all my detective work by myself, so I'll go. And he never did. They never followed up on it. Nothing.
So you don't know if there was someone watching your family, as he said there was?
I mean, I know
Hi,
what
Robin.
he said. So, and I believe that with the way he treated me and everything happened on my 8-day nightmare, yes, absolutely. I believed that there was definitely someone on the other end of that phone that he could call. And if he did make that phone call, they wouldn't have had time to call the police, because someone running up in your house, they could get 6 rounds off on you before you could even breathe. Yeah, he could have killed everyone in that house. And that was not a chance I was willing to take after losing a child already. No.
And that was what I was going to ask, because I don't know if I read it in your testimony or if I listened to a podcast where you mentioned it, but you said something about
Craig.
if you were to have told anybody in any of the stores you were in or the places that you went, that you were afraid the cops couldn't outrun that phone call.
Right, you can't.
Again, she is at Lowell Annex with Sarah, and she works in the legal library. And somebody who has a relative at Lowell Annex told me to look her up because she's a very interesting case. And apparently, she has been helping Sarah Boone, which is not going to end well for her. I mean, and of course, nothing ends well for Sarah Boone because she's Sarah Boone. But that's the general. She went on a horrible murder spree with a guy, and she claims to have been held captive. But as you can see by her prison scrubs, the authorities didn't agree with that. She went to trial, and now she's working on her second appeal. She had a psych evaluation. Apparently, she was diagnosed with PTSD. And I have no doubt that she probably did not have the easiest life, just the sense we get, right? I'm glad your cat is doing well. I'm not buying it. That's the most important, is our pets. Um, and so I also, like Kelly, I find her to be a sympathetic character, but I'm also not sure if it's just because we're so used to Diane Downs, Sarah Boone, Letitia Stout, Donna Adelson, etc., etc. This woman is much more likable than any of them. So there's that, and she's doing the work, and there's just something about her that's she's kind of an underdog somehow. I'm not saying she's innocent. I'm not saying she does not deserve to be in prison. I'm just saying I'm more open to listening to her than I normally would be. So there.
Now, run a phone call when someone calls someone, that's immediate. It, it's not like you walk down the road and then you have to walk
No
back.
one will
That's
replace
right
Sarah.
then. That's okay, they hang up and they're out the door. You can't outrun that, just like you can't outrun a police radio or anything else. You can't.
Did you ever think about leaving notes that way, like when you and he left a place, they left it behind where he couldn't see that you had done something?
Okay, so
Hey,
he
Danielle.
the way that he parked in a lot of spots and the places that he went to, he was in Walmart with me.
Yeah,
So
Jupiter.
he would have seen anything.
I don't know friends,
And
but they worked.
whenever we went to like GNC, there was big, huge windows. I mean, he could see everything in there. He parked right up front. He had a gun on us the whole time. He would have shot through that glass. He would have killed the person in there along with me, no doubt in my mind.
Right, Jolly Rock
So
Hopper.
he watched everything that we done, and if I would have slipped something to someone, then, and I wasn't willing to risk my family, because at this point, it's like, I'm missing.
I have to
I know my
update
family
myself on
knows
that
that I'm
Laura
missing.
Owens
The
thing.
shape that I looked at, it was like, how could someone just
Me too, Sky flashed.
look at me and be like, okay, everything's fine. I had a black eye. I was busted up pretty bad talking to these people. At GNC, I gave them my full name, my address. I'm on the TV at this point. I know I am because it's already days into this. There has to be a missing persons report because I know my family. If I don't talk to them every single
Paul.
day, they're wondering where I am, what's going on, the whole 9 yards. And then I didn't show up for work. Absolutely, there's something going on. And there was a missing persons report, I found out. So with that, I'm all over the news. So I'm figuring I'm in public. I'm, trying to take my time, but do what I need to do. I'm figuring someone could call, because if I do, then I could take a chance of my kids dying. And then, okay, then I would be free.
No malicious.
Then I would be visiting my whole family in a grave. Now where's the justice in that?
So one of the things that has
Thanks,
gone
Tanty.
back and forth in the public eye is whether you were in a relationship
I know,
with Billy
Martin.
or
You say
not.
that because of her teeth.
Why do people say that you were in a relationship with him?
Okay, so the state said that I was in a relationship with him, but I was not in a
Yeah,
relationship
it's
with him. Let
flashed.
me get that straight. His girlfriend
Okay, Dwayne.
was Alicia Greer. It was not Mary Rice. It was Alicia Greer. So
Agree,
and I had
Natalie.
met her one time whenever they had come to my place to pick up Jeffrey Stubbs from my house.
And talk a little bit, I did hear in the podcast you mentioned about some of the text messages that they didn't look like anything you had ever seen before, where...
No, you text like you talk, and these messages I had never seen. So I have paperwork here where Detective Bainey, this was one of my amended grounds to my 3850. It says newly discovered evidence, the termination of Officer Jimmy Tatum for
Yeah, it does. Who knew?
untruthfulness and criminal mischief. So whenever you put something up, there was a lot of the text messages that had times and date stamps on them. Some of them didn't. Some of the pictures were out of my gallery that I had never sent to anyone. So with this, I have paperwork, so I wrote my lawyer, and I have paperwork where they sent me that about my case, that they were, yes, he was untruthful in my case and everything. And I have paperwork here.
They
have
talk about
paperwork
this in the video we
here,
watched,
where it wasn't
the
just my
video
case,
I
it
did
was
about
other people's
her.
cases, with the state's attorney and Mr. Brooks, where they were talking things over. But unless I had requested this, and
Right,
I heard
Addie?
this, I just so happened to hear this, but I told him in court that day. I didn't say that. I didn't send that. That's out of my gallery. I never sent that to anyone. That was a personal picture that I had taken that I had never sent anyone. And then he writes me back and he says, he tells me,
I mean,
I
look,
did receive
she's
the
prepared.
information from the state attorney's office on Officer Tatum was terminated from his position with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office for untruthfulness and criminal mischief. Enclosed is a notice of the copy of the investigation. I received the report and nothing in it appears to have bearing on your case except for he was untruthful in your case. I hope this information is helpful. Okay, well, if you were untruthful in my case, you were the head investigator in my case. So that means that you're tampering with things, you're lying about things to make it a story that fits you. Because basically what it comes down to is, how can a state attorney tell me what went on this 8-day nightmare? How can you tell me my story and my testimony? You can't. You weren't there. Only I can tell you what happened to me, not you.
With that, have you been able to use that in any sort of appeals?
So I sent this.
Welcome,
this was
Modern
part of my
Muse. Thank you.
3850, and the
Hi, Disney.
courts felt like they didn't. They accepted it. It was timely done. It's amended, and
Yeah, hi,
this
hello,
is my
baby.
copy of it.
It's Periwinkle.
So, and I sent it in. It was timely done, and it was
She's in
added
Sarah's
to my
prison.
3850, along with the. I have so many grounds that if I had my discovery, that I would have brought these things up because I would have went through my stuff. But Mr. Brooks decided that I didn't need to participate in my case. I didn't need my discovery. I didn't need any of these things. He didn't need to go over anything with me. He just had me sit in jail for 2 years almost and not go over anything. When he came to see me,
Hey,
he would
Wendy.
be like, I know you're innocent. I'm working on getting you home. He would tell my family the same thing until the very last time he came to see me, and then he was real smug, like he wasn't going to help me.
Right,
you're
Addie.
lying, you're
She's
this.
also,
No,
yeah, she's pissed.
I'm
I mean,
not. I'm
understandably,
telling you
if this is
everything,
the
and
case.
I really need my stuff.
Well, I had a couple questions about him, but on that form where it talks about the detective that was fired.
Yes. Would you like a copy of these?
Sure. Are they going to allow you to use that for a
No,
type of
Sky
appeal?
flashed.
See, so it says Exhibit D.
Sky flashed asks if we think Sarah wants to cut this girl's hair. I don't think Sarah looks at anyone and thinks anything about them. They're just there. She just looks at her as someone who can help her with some legal stuff, probably. She didn't care about her hair or anything about her. Oh, Periwinkle Mason. Cute.
They have to because it's already part of the original motion. So, but Escambia County doesn't like it whenever you talk about their officers or anything else. They're big boys, they stay together. And with that, they didn't address this. They didn't feel like they needed to address it any further, but it does need to be addressed.
So are you still in the appeals process?
I am in the rehearing process. So I went to court, and I have transcripts from where I went to court on September 14th 2022.
I think that's the one that Rachel sent me.
Okay, so, and this all should be public record. I don't understand why they have my record sealed, because the public should be able to see all this stuff. Is it because an officer was involved? Was it because my blood work wasn't, brought up or anything? I'm really unsure, because it should not be sealed. The public should be able to see all this stuff. You can see all the bad stuff, but you can't see any of the good stuff. That's crazy to me.
So let's talk a little bit about Mr. Brooks, and then I'll move to a different topic. Thank you. Did you end up filing a complaint on him of any sort because of the lack of allowing participation and the lack of really including you in your own defense?
I did, with the Florida Bar. I did file something, but they were like, if you don't win your 3850 motion, then we're not going to do anything. So they basically did not look into it. They dismissed it. At this time, I'm not planning on filing anything against him. I'm not going to say that I'm not going to file anything against him. I'm just saying right now I'm more focused on my freedom and letting, letting them see what should have been done, and that I'm not guilty of this.
Well, and part of the issue
Yeah, Dandy,
was that you were
it's the Milton,
examined by a
Florida way.
doctor. I don't remember if he was a psychiatrist or psychologist.
Yes, I have that.
Except
And
she knows
that
how to
was
read,
never
probably.
introduced at your trial. What were the results from him? What did he have to say?
So I have the report here. That was a ground that I had as well. And that was, counsel was ineffective for failing to call expert Steven Zimmerman as a witness. And he had done this, he had done a report on me for all the trauma that I had, from 4 on, for the rapes, the molestation, the abuse, everything that I've had throughout my life and everything. And he puts in here, that I have PTSD, that I have trauma issues, serious issues going on in my life, and that I'm a survivor, and that, if anything, that people should know that.
Do you think that should have been introduced at your trial?
Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. And he believed as well. He was very, I'd seen him the day before, and he was like, he was putting the report together, and he was giving it to Mr. Brooks and everything. He said, but Mr. Brooks's attitude had changed towards him and everything. And we spent a lot of time with this. I went through a lot of painful stuff with this man, to where he could diagnose me. And this was Mr. Brooks's idea. And then you don't want to use this person? What changed?
Do you think that would have had a impact on the jury in their decision making?
Absolutely. 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 If they had known my childhood.
She
and
sure
they had
does,
known
Jolly
the trauma
Rock
that I've
Hopper.
already
She
lived
really
through,
does know what's what and how many.
that
It's
I've
so
already
refreshing.
had a child pass away, that I was molested, that I was raped, that everything that I've been through in my lifetime as to why I made the decisions that I made during this trip, that I was on, that I still, this is a nightmare that is still
I don't know if she's all
going
over the
on.
place.
Even to this
I
day,
can't
it
tell.
has not stopped, because I went from that to custody to here.
I think the interviewer might be a little all over the
It
place. I
still
don't know.
continues every single
Hey,
day.
Katrina.
Every day that I wake up in here is my reminder
Hey, Colleen.
of what this man did, and I'm sitting here on principle to his crimes. That's crazy to me. How can you take a
Exactly,
victim,
just
an
me. It doesn't mean
innocent
she's
person,
innocent.
and put them in prison because he killed himself, and you want someone to blame? That's crazy.
Yeah, he turned the gun on himself,
How did they
of
get away
course.
with that? I would like to know that. I really would.
Well, and I know that I'll have you go through kind of your version of
Super
events
cool.
here in a minute, but I want to ask just one specified question before we start. Was when y'all were at Kayla Crocker's, which is the one main incident
Terrible.
that put you here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any idea going into that situation that he was going to kill her?
No. No, I stayed so drugged up and in and out of things and everything else. I had no idea. I had no idea about the Emerald Sands, what had happened there. I had no idea. about that until way later on. And
I think
really,
it's
until I got
it's
to
just
the
luck,
sheriff's department with
Dana.
the detectives and everything else, did I find out about that, to be honest. I mean, towards midway through the thing, the radio had come on, he had turned it off, it had said something about Emerald Sands. He made a comment one time in the Family Dollar with one of the sales assistants, you know, that he had killed his girlfriend or anything. So, but still, I still have no knowledge of anything that has happened, you know, because I was unaware of any of it happening. With Caleb
Luck
popping
is
on,
her hair color, I mean.
I didn't think he was going to.
Like, I don't think she's coloring it.
So when he had you tie her up, what were you thinking was gonna happen in that situation?
Okay, so
Unless you're talking about
with
someone
that,
else.
whenever I came up on the porch, there was a piece of rope there, and he did have me. He had a gun to us both. So
Me too,
it's not
I'm
like
not
I
buying it.
willingly did this or anything. I had a loaded gun on me, and whenever I tied it, I told her I was sorry, and I said I'm tying this.
Thank you. I'm not buying it. I appreciate that. Just also, I'm just going to keep stopping this for fair use, just in case they, you know. One of the other things that she claims that this guy, he was a regular drug user, and he smoked. I don't know. I said it in the video, but just in case you missed it. He smoked spice, which is like a synthetic thing you smoke in a joint kind of thing. And hi, Kevin. When they did the toxicology on her and on Mr. Boyette, who was deceased, he had no drugs in his system, and she had a lot of drugs in her system. Now, she claims that she was being drugged, so, and I believe the prosecution used that. And again, I'm not on her side. I think she's probably a criminal. Yeah, I mean, you know, but at least she comes with receipts and she's not detestable, which is refreshing. She had drugs in her system. She claims that she had been being drugged. He didn't, but unless things have changed, I know that spice is not detectable in toxicology reports. It doesn't show up, which is why a lot of people who are recently released from rehabs and are going to have to take tests, they then get hooked on spice, which is like some kind of like makes you crazy. It's not a good situation. Surprise, surprise. So there you go. Hey, Anwa. Thank you, Sky Flashed. Yeah, she's definitely less demonic. I know what you mean about Letitia, but I think it might just be more of the mannerisms. I don't know. I mean, Letitia never had a piece of paperwork with her. She was just all pomp and circumstance. Welcome, Faceted Dreamer, to Only the Sexy People. And while she was in the same prison, she is currently in Lowell Annex with Sarah. This woman, Mary Rice, works in the law library and apparently helps Sarah out. And most importantly, I think those are gray hairs that are just intertwined with her light brown hair. All right.
Her loose, and I said it real quiet to her, and she was like, "Thanks." And
Right, detective.
the one that I tied was in a bow, and it was really, really loose on her hands. And then he had me grab food and go to the car. He had reached down after I had done that. He had reached down and he had grabbed the rest of the string, yarn, rope, whatever. And that's what bound her, not what I put on her. She could still move. What the other part that they failed to mention is that there was more than just that one rope. And the one rope that was in a bow was very loose, like as if you were tying your shoes. And the other one was very tight. I did not put that on her. He did. I was not in that house whenever he shot her. I did hear a gunshot go off.
Hi, Winter
I was
Lake.
at the car. I was
It's good
not
to see
there.
you.
What was your reaction when that happened? Because
Shot. I went into
We
shock.
always have Winter Park on the mind.
Because he had played Russian roulette with me many a times. He would let the, like in the car, you will see in some of the pictures where there was ammunition on the floorboard and everything else. That's because he had these old style guns. He had 3 guns. He had 2 that were old style 6-shooters that went round. And then he had 1 that locked. So, and that one stayed in the door mainly by him. He had 1 that he kept in his pants all the time. And then he had 1 that he would play Russian roulette with me with. And he would empty it out.
No,
and he would put
Clockwork,
one board
they
in it,
murdered
and he
4
would spin
women.
it, and he would close
The
it,
first-
and then he
well-
put it to my head.
He murdered 2 women. This was before he went and, according to her, took her as a kidnapped her. That's her story. Authorities thought that they went on this killing spree together. She is a willing accomplice. First thing he did was go to a hotel room where his recently ex-girlfriend was hiding from him after being released from the hospital from the battering he gave her. She was there with a friend of hers who was there to protect her, keep her company, I don't know. And he killed them both. Then he went and picked up this one, and they went on, and they ended up killing 2 other women for their vehicles, mainly. One of them was sitting in her baby's nursery with the baby. So there you go.
So, and then he would pull the trigger, and only by the grace of God am I sitting here today, period.
And I believe that she was terrified,
What has
certainly.
it been
but
like for you in these years since trying to process
thank you, Deb. I
all
love
of
you.
that? I can
You're the
imagine it
best.
is a lengthy process.
It is. I still have nightmares. I have a lot of trauma issues. Certain things that I used to like, I don't like anymore. Certain smells bother me. I get real jumpy. But as a person, I just try to move forward and try to be kind to people and be nice to people and not let it destroy who I was.
Yeah, I know. All
and
you have
who
to
I
hear is that.
wanted to be.
Tell me who that is. Tell me.
All you have to hear is that part of the story to be like, guilty.
Who you want to be.
So I work in the law library, and
Right.
I see, since I've been in here, I've seen all the injustice that is done. You know, there are a lot of people in here that do belong in here, but there are some people that don't belong in here, that are here because their boyfriend did something or because they were in the wrong place at
This
the
is
wrong
what worries
time,
me.
but they didn't do the crime, but they're here. And I would like to help them people, you know, along with myself, I would like to help. This world is just so corrupt nowadays. Everything is about money. The higher the conviction, the more money in their pocket.
Oh,
And that's
thank you,
wrong.
Dwayne.
That's not what God put in place in the very beginning.
Thank you, Dwayne. She has, I believe, during the trial she may have. I can't find the whole trial, unfortunately. She doesn't discuss it in this interview. Actually, she does. They ask her. We'll see what she says. She doesn't discuss each one. I'm going to turn it back on now if I can
Whenever,
remember to
you
do
know,
it.
he had them come up with the justice system.
If you were ever to be paroled early or have your conviction set aside, what are some of the things that you may like to do after experiencing this whole thing and considering what you're doing while you're here?
I would like to help people. I would like to link up with some of these organizations that look into people's stuff and everything and help them, the ones that are wrongfully convicted. I would like to help them get out. And I know a lot of them don't have money or anything, and I would like to help.
Yeah,
you
not
know,
gonna
raise
happen,
money
Detective.
And be able to fund things to where I could help get them out.
Like the Innocence Project?
Kind of like the Innocence Project in wrongfully convictions and exoneration projects. And then they have, let's see, they have Florida Cares that helps as well and everything. So, in Society First. And they're trying to help people to where they're not spending
think?
their whole entire life in here and dying.
I don't think she's that
Has your
stupid.
case garnered any attention from those organizations?
Yeah,
No.
Okay.
I think so. Is that better on her sound?
I haven't reached out to him or anything either. I've put it in God's hands.
Yeah. And this kind of goes back to so one of the things that we just talked about, you know, victims believe that you were an accomplice in this situation.
Thank
Is there anything that you've done while you've been in here to make amends or try to share your experience of why you say you were not an accomplice?
Like, give me a
Like,
idea on what you mean by that question.
So that question comes from one of my managers. So I'll try to explain it the best I can because I wasn't the one that wrote it. Is there any sort of amends? You know, like AA, when people go through AA, they have amends that they go through. Are there anything that you have done while you're here to make amends to victims?
So I've
that better?
I've definitely taken counseling. I take counseling all the time, at least every 90 days I'm down there in counseling.
better?
I was on psych meds at one point in time until I could get a hold of my emotions because I would have panic attacks, depression. It was bad. My night terrors got the best of me at times. And I live in a dorm with 86 women. So if you scream in the middle of the night, you're waking up 86 women. You kind of want to be friends with them, not be their enemies.
How's the echo now?
What do you want the families of Billy Boyette's victims to know? What would you say to them if you had a chance to speak with them?
I would like them to know that I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't save them. I tried to save as many people as I could on this 8-day nightmare that I was on. If I could have done more, I would have. But I was a victim myself. I was in and out, drugged, not in the right
Let me know if the
mindset.
sound gets any better.
I did what I had to do. Like when I went into stores, I knew he would come in there shooting people up. He was in there with me. If I did the wrong move, if I did the wrong thing, I just did what I had to do. And I'm so sorry that they are having to be without them because I know how it is to be without someone.
Now walk me through, we've gotten through a lot of these questions and we've touched a little bit on various parts of that 8-9 days. Tell me, we don't have to go like full in depth, but kind of give me a walkthrough of that timeline and what you experienced from when he came to take you through the Troop County incident.
So I
Yeah, a
had,
little bit, Sky Flash. That's the
this could
vibe.
take hours.
That's why I said, so let's try to keep it as what's the word?
Okay.
Not as
I'll
short, but
shorten
like a summarized version. Because I do have your appellate testimony, so I have that to refer back to.
Okay.
But walk me through kind of a overview of that timeline.
Okay, so I had people the night that he came and he took me. I had a young man, Jamie Ham, that was staying in the back bedroom, and he was a teenager. His mom had passed away, and his mom was a friend of mine, Robin. And when she got out of prison, she was one of the people that I had helped get clothes and stuff like that and everything and get back on her feet. And she had asked me whenever I was over there, she was at Dennis Elliott's house, she had asked me, if anything ever happens to me, could you make sure that Jamie's okay, you're a good mother, and I trust him with you. So I would help him. I would help him in whatever situation. He was on probation, he needed a place to go, he couldn't stay with his family that he was with, he didn't feel like that was the right environment. It wasn't that he couldn't stay there, it's that he chose that he needed a better environment in order for them to come and see him on probation. So he was staying there with me. So I had someone's life from get-go in my hands, that this man comes in with a loaded gun, put it in my face, acting all crazy. I'm worried that Jamie could wake up and he could shoot him. And then I have a friend, Mike, who is
Welcome,
a
Joette.
lifelong
Thank
friend.
you for becoming a
And he
member.
had come by
Unless
and
it
he
was a
wanted me
gift
to
from
leave with
Quakers.
him because he seen that I was acting kind of funny, but that was because Billy Boyette was behind the door right there where I was at with a gun on us. And I didn't want him to kill us. If I would have walked onto that porch, we would have been shot dead right then and there. This man's crazy out of his mind.
I can't hear the echo, and I don't know what's causing it. Obviously, otherwise I would fix it. It's not like I'm here to torture you people. Hang on a sec. I'm going to try this. We're going to see if it helps. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, I believe that we would have been shot. You know, so from the very beginning, I'm protecting people. I'm okay, I need to get out of the trailer. I need to get away from this. I need to get these people, you know, make sure that they're safe because their lives are important to me. So,
Okay.
and I'm used to being a mom. It goes back to being a mom card and protecting your babies, protecting the people that you love, and even strangers. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. You know, if something crazy popped off, I wouldn't think to run to the authorities right away. I would think to get you to safety, whether I got shot in the back or not. That's my first thing, is I would want to make sure that everybody was out of the situation, and then whatever happened happened. So from there, we end up going down south and then back up. In the time that he has me, he beats me,
Okay.
he rapes me, he sodomizes me.
I know this is in poor taste, but sodomicize? That's all.
And he hits me with a pistol. You see how my face is right here? You see this here? You see how my face kind of gets sunk in? Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, that's from where my face is chipped. That's from the end of a gun. He puts it to my temple, and he goes to fire it, and it jams. And when it does,
Thank you,
he
Dwayne.
turns around, and he goes like this, and he just hits me with it. My whole eye was
I will say this also. She claims to have been pretty battered by him, and none of the pictures I saw, although, again, I didn't see all of the pictures, but I'm not sure the mugshot I saw was, I think it was from when she was taken in after this. She did not seem to have anything on her. She didn't have George didn't stab her in her leg, and she didn't have a black eye, which she claims to have had at some point. So there is that. Okay, I can try to make her a little louder on the thing. Let's try it again, Kim, and if not, at least I'll remember what I did that started the echo. Don't be sorry. It's okay. Let's see.
black all throughout here. And that was in the beginning part. My eye was still black at the end of this.
I'll tell you in a second,
That lets you know
honey.
just how messed up it was during this time frame, because this was almost 8 days later, and it's still messed up. And my bone literally is chipped there. So he cuts me with a knife right here. You see this scar here? From right here, you see it? Mm-hmm. From where I had put my hands up, from where he was hitting me and beating on me. And he pulls a knife out and he just cuts, it starts here and it goes all the way up to here. One time my hand was locking up on me, he was happy.
Noni, this is a woman who is in Lowell Annex with Sarah Boone, and this woman works, she's appealing her case, which is, she claims to have been held captive, but the authorities think that she was a willing participant in a murder spree, basically. 4 women were killed, and, right, thank you, Annie.
Me roll this spice and it locks up on me because I'm so dehydrated. I haven't ate. I haven't had water or anything else. I'm
Yeah,
just
exactly,
and
peanut
it's
butter.
locking up and I can barely get my hand.
Now I want peanut
He cuts
butter.
it. He tries to take my fingerprints off. I hardly have any fingerprints. You can hardly see any of them. You know, this is 8 years later. You know, I've healed, but I still have the scars to all this. You know, I have cigarette burns here and on my
That
feet,
she had.
all over.
That she had.
They look like that, all up and down my legs. Cigarette burns.
I don't
And
think she
then
will.
I have right here, I have a mark from his tooth, where his tooth went in me. Here, through here. See that? That's 2 teeth marks.
Or
Where he
Guardo.
he
Thank you,
bit me,
Sky Flashed.
And he would bite at my face. He drugged me by my hair. He strangled me over and over and over again at a motel until I peed on myself. And I was unconscious, so I almost died.
Okay, good.
You know, right before you
Dwayne,
die, you pee
thank
on
you.
yourself and, you know, your bowels and everything let loose. Like I said, only by the grace of God am I still alive. So I went through a lot. And I just tried to protect every time that
Thank
I
you,
went in
Joette.
someplace.
I
just
appreciate
tried to
that.
protect the people around me because he's got 3 guns. Okay, if they hold 6 rounds each gun, how many people can you take out in a second? Especially when you're in a Walmart or a CVS or something, you know, and you unload all them clips. It's a lot of people.
Walk me through the back half. You get through these first couple of days where you're traveling through the different parts of Florida, going into the stores. Start with me the day that everything happened with Kayla Crocker, and walk me through the end.
Okay, so with Kayla Crocker, he needed another ride. He had us stay in this abandoned place off of 9 Mile or Pine Forest or somewhere down in that area. I knew the area kind of because I'd sold shrimp with my ex-mother-in-law for years and years, and we would go to Bala Battery and we would pick up shrimp and we would come back, and that was like the first and last chance exit. You know, they say that coming into going into Pace right there in the.
My guess would be that you're right, and I don't think she's innocent. But I still say, I mean, obviously, she's much more likable than Sarah Boone. Everyone is. There's no comparison. I mean, she's actually done some work on her case. I'm not saying she should have it appealed, but there have been some issues there. I mean, nobody's going to be like Sarah or even Letitia Stout. I mean, these people are just.
Cola is first and last chance bar for you to get liquor, but this was the first and last place chance for you to use the bathroom before you go through the tunnel. So
It was Dwayne.
So I kind
Patty, I
of knew
think.
the area or what, not to the extent that I learned it walking, but we had he had kept me in this house, this abandoned house. I was spitting up blood and everything. It was really cold, you know. It was in January, February, you know. It's kind of cold up there in Pensacola area. So I was spitting up blood. I was having pains. My whole chest from where he had beat on me and everything else was just black. It was just pure black. Ribs, I had issues with ribs. I still have pain and problems with my ribs and everything because he broke my rib. And I was throwing up blood the whole 9 yards. Found this abandoned place, and he took me in there, kept me down there for days, abusing me. That's where he cut my hand at and everything, and tried to take my fingerprints off. And after I don't even know how many days we were down in there. It was it had electricity. It was warm, and it had a basement, and there was a room on the left side and on the right side. And it kind of looked like a doctor or something stayed there, and he had kept me in the room down below, abusing me. And then whenever a couple of days had passed or whatever, he had brought me out, and we walked down and through a little trail. And there was like an RV campground that had ponds and everything with it. And I remember that we were in like a hunting box or something that was on the ground. And I was so tired. He had just beat everything out of me. You know, whenever they say that they beat you down and then build you up, I definitely was beat down. There was no building up. So he had heard somebody. So he punches me and he's like, come on, we gotta go. So we end up through the trail. And then he waits there until dark and he puts leaves all over me and everything. And he's like, don't say anything. And I hear cars. And I'm like, well, we must be by a highway or something. And so it starts getting dark. So we leave from there. And it was a highway. And there was a school on the other side. And it was fenced in. Well, we cross the street and we're walking by we're right out in the open. We're walking down the side of the road by this school and everything. And we walk on.
Addie says, Suma, this lady is likable and cute and a good storyteller, but I feel like she is lying and participated in the crimes and was not his hostage. I agree. I I've said this before, but I find it, even when I don't realize it, I have a tendency to want to believe people, I guess, because it's, more pleasant than thinking everyone's a fucking liar. But I think that I don't think, here's the thing is, I don't think that she would be a violent felon on her own, but they do have surveillance of her. This, for me, is the most compelling. Alone in stores, kind of looking around at CVS and stuff. And considering the fact that this man he started this out before she was with him. I don't know if she knew about the ex-girlfriend and her friend that he murdered from the get right before he went and picked her up. But either way, certainly after the first woman he killed, she should have stopped by in one of the stores she was in and said, "Call the police. I'm being held captive and this man is a murderer." Thanks, Addie. Yeah. I will, right. No one is like Sarah. I've said it a million times. I'll say it a million more. Now I'm willing to want this woman to go free just because she's not so unlikable. It's crazy. I think that also another difference is her brother was a character witness for her. People stepped up for her. She has friends. She has people to say good things about her. We're not used to that. Let's continue.
Down, there's houses there and everything, and then there's like a break and there's like a subdivision back in there, but it wasn't built up yet or anything. There was still some wooded areas, but it was already, when they first do their first step before they take all the trees and everything, they do the roads that go down and have cul-de-sacs and everything. So we end up going, and we're on the Kayla Crocker's trailer's on the left. We're on the right side of the road. And we're back in this subdivision, and we're walking, and then we come down. It's like a little cul-de-sac and then a little dirt area, and he sees her trailer through the little dirt area. So, and there's a wooded area right there to the left, so he has a stop there. And I'm not sure if he actually planned on going there or if he knew her.
Fair enough.
Or what,
Guy flashed.
because the next morning when he kicks me awake, we end up walking across the street. It was really early morning, like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know, because I don't have a watch on me, so I can't be exact or anything. But I do remember that the sun was starting to come up. We walked in front of the trailer, and then he heard something, so he scoots me, grabs me, and snatches me to the back part of the trailer. And then we walk around,
Yeah.
and he hears the car start up, and the door was left open. So whenever that happened, then he looks to see if anyone's there, snatches me and brings me there, opens the back door, tells me to put our stuff in there, and then he shoves me in there. But he's at the driver's door, and he's turning the car off and taking the keys and putting them in his pocket. So, and then that happens with Kayla Crocker. Then I'm putting the stuff in the car, he comes out, he closes the door, and then we leave from there. We go to a gas station. I just heard gunshots and everything. I can just imagine what took place. Even though I don't know.
Says
So
she wasn't there.
I'm worried about these people. I don't want nobody to die. Not if I can help it. If I can help you live, I'm gonna help you live.
Did you ask him
'cause
why?
I had already been abused. I'm already going through all this.
After that gunshot, did you ask him why he killed her?
No.
Okay, sorry, keep going. I just so from there, did you go to Alabama, or from there did you go to Georgia?
There wasn't a lot of talking with him, and he kept me drugged up a lot. This is the FDLE report that they didn't want people to know. There are over 1, 2, 3, 4 drugs in my system that proves that I was drugged up the whole time. When you're drugged up, your body, like your mind, goes in and out of things between reality and non-reality. Especially with the kind of drugs that I was on that he was giving me. Xanaxes, I would find out Dilaudids he had me on because they were found in his bag. And
How does
numerous
people get such
things.
good drugs?
So, and these were found in my system. You can have this as well.
Thank you. So from there, and I know we don't want to talk about the Alabama case because it's still active.
Yes, I
but
can.
from Beulah? Did you go to Alabama and then Georgia, or was it just from Beulah to Georgia?
So their crime spree was 8 days. They killed 4 women. Well, he killed 2 before he got to her, pick her up, in 3 states. So she still hasn't been tried for the Alabama case, which I believe, I don't remember which woman that was, but
So
So I guess my question is, what happened after Kayla Crocker?
Okay, so after Kayla Crocker, we ended up going to the store, it was the store, Hardee's, then we hit the interstate, we ended up in Baghdad, then on out to Munson, and on out to the four-way, then we took a right, on out to Baker, then we took a left, and then from there, I went out to, we went and we stopped at a Dollar General, and I was able to get some shoes. I had been in heel boots this
maybe
whole time.
Sky Flash.
So I was.
Although
not
he didn't
a
have, oh, but
willing
he was
participant at
smoking
all.
spice.
I was in heel boots, the heels this long. They had I don't remember if they were gray or.
She claims not to have been present for at least one of the killings. The first 2 she wasn't around for. He hadn't gone to her place yet. And one of the arguments for her being taken against her will was that apparently she left something cooking on her stove. And her pet's uncared for, which you know how I feel about that, but her mother says that that's something she would never do. I mean, you know, who knows. But
White.
just so you
But
know
they
what I
were,
know now.
You know, nice boots that came up to here. Not something that you're going to go trampling through the woods doing a whole crime spree with or anything else. That was not, you know, so that's what I had on. But he finally told me that I could get some shoes because I was slowing him down. And he wanted some food. So he had me go in and buy some food and a pair of shoes, cheap shoes.
Yeah, this
Then
guy's
from
a
there,
Wade Wilson type.
He had drugged me after that. And when I woke up, he was at this motel, old hotel motel, you know, in the middle of nowhere.
Walk me through that day and how things ended, because that part slips my mind a little bit. Whether you went out first or you went out after he fired. Walk me through that.
I went out first. So what had happened was, so mind you, I wasn't willing to let anyone bring attention to us or anything. But if the cops showed up on the scene,
Yeah,
then
she could have.
he knows that I haven't called them, that they've caught up with you, that your time is up, you know. So, and it's going to be hard for him to make a phone call whenever they're right there, you know. So that day, he had got me up, and he was like, he wanted us to go to the little store that we had passed down the road, and he had me drive. This was the only time that I drove. He said he was going to trust me, and he had me drive, and he was in the seat beside me, and he had it laid all the way back. And he was like, all right, I'm going to trust you to go in here. I'm going to trust you to get something to eat. He said, but I'm going to be watching you. And he said, look, I'm not playing with you. I'm not playing with anyone. He said, it's an old country store. I know there's not a lot of people in there. I will shoot everybody. I will kill you. And I will make sure that your family dies if it's the last thing that I do in this world.
Hey, Wendy.
And
It's good to see you.
whenever I go to turn into the store, he jumps out of the car and he goes like into the little wooded area right there. So I pull in by a gas pump. I go in, I get something, I think it was like hot dogs and something, and then I go pay for it. I get the gas, I get in the car, and then when I come out, I go around the store and there's a four-way. He's already made it from here all the way to the woods over here. And he comes running out, and he gets in the car, and the seat's laid back, and he's acting crazy, you know, but he acted crazy a lot. All the demons in his head and everything that's going on. I don't think he ever slept. He was always on spice, you know, and spice does something to your head. You know, you've heard of people eating people's faces off on Spice. So there's no telling, you know, what kind of stuff he's going through in his own mind, let alone what kind of wrath he's fixing to put on me or even these innocent people. So I have to take that into consideration. So we leave from there. We end up back at the motel. I get out. I go in. I put the stuff in the room. He comes out shortly behind me. He sits in the car for a minute and then comes in. And then he makes a concoction, has me drink it or what. Then I'm sitting there. It takes a little while, you know, to take effect. So, but I'm groggy already from previous stuff that he's given me. And I pass out. And then he wakes me up and he's freaking out. And he's like, oh my God, the cops are here.
So I think that might be Spice, the thing you're talking about. Spice is a synthetic drug that, to my knowledge, because of all of the interventions I've watched, is the go-to drug for people who have recently been released from a rehab, and because Spice doesn't show up in a toxicology report, which explains why this guy didn't have any drugs in his system, allegedly. You know, according to the toxicology report, it doesn't show up. So I did not hear any mention of that. I don't know if they brought it up in the trial, but there's that. And also, completely not having to do with this, but Dandy, I can see you in the chat on YouTube, but not in this for some reason. Like, people are talking to you, and I'm like, what's he saying? I can't see him. Strange. I don't think I blocked you, but I mean, I can see you in YouTube. It's fine. Just carry on and enjoy your life here. I'll restart this. The boy, yeah, boy calling Spice kind of thing.
The cops are here, they're everywhere. He's like, look out the window. And I'm like, okay. So I get there and I slowly put my hand there and slide the curtain over. And I'm like, yeah, cops are here. There's a whole lot of them. And then I close it. I didn't wave. I didn't do all this crazy stuff that they said. No, I opened the curtain slowly and then I closed it. And then I fell down beside the bed. And so he's freaking out. They end up calling his name. And he takes the mattress and he lifts it up over me. And like when he first walked in, there was like a little closet that poked out, and then the bathroom was back here, but there was like a little wall area right there. And then the bed was here. So he lifts it over and he puts the mattress standing up against the wall. And I'm on the other side. And I'm like, no.
Bye, Dwayne. Have fun. I'm going to come to your house for Thanksgiving. Thanks for the invite. See you later. Thanks for everything.
Now's my chance, because I can run out and I can tell them, you know, to contact my family, my kids, the whole 9 yards. You know, I have a chance now, and like a real chance, because there's thousands, you know. So before he's thinking of his life right now, he's not thinking of that phone call, because there's over 1,000 officers out there, and that's what goes through my head. Now is my chance. I didn't have a chance before, but now I do. So I make it out the door. And whenever I do, I start immediately telling them about my kids, the whole 9 yards. I mean, I'm letting them know.
I see you, Addie.
He's threatening my kids. Someone's watching my kids. That was the first things out of my mouth, was my children, and he has someone watching my children, you know. And then I never heard the shot. They took me to a detective like van thing or whatever else, and they wanted me to tell them what all had been going on. I told them about the rapes and everything, about being drugged. I was showing them the bruises, the cuts, the burns. They took me immediately to the hospital, immediately. So when I got there, it was Kelly Ellington, sergeant or lieutenant or whatever she was. Ellington was there. She took pictures of everything. She came in and told me that he had killed himself. I wasn't even there for him for any of that. I never even heard a gunshot.
What was your thought when you found that out?
Thank God. Thank God.
When you sit here and think about it all,
and you think about what was presented to his victims' families, how would you tell them or try to convince them that you were not a willing participant in helping him?
I wish I had the chance to testify and to defend myself and to tell the truth and tell the story. Because at one point, whenever the investigators had investigated, had me in the room talking and everything else, they were like, "Oh, you're lying about this," and I seen that for the first time when I was
That's
at
so
trial
nice, Dwayne.
with the video. I'd never seen it before. I'd never seen how messed up I was. I knew that I was in and out of reality and
You think,
consciousness,
detective?
and talking to these people. One minute I was there with you, the next minute I was in La La Land somewhere. You can literally see that on this video, how drugged I was, even at that point. Hours later, after I got from the hospital to the sheriff's department, they took me directly in there. I still hadn't eaten. I had food sitting there beside me, and they're questioning me, and I'm just wanting to breathe for a second, but they're grilling me, and I'm in and out of reality and everything, so some things were not as it seemed. So had they waited and asked me when I was completely sober, it would have been different. Had I been able to get on the stand and tell my testimony, they would have been able to hear the truth, and had I been able to participate in any of my case, then I wouldn't have all these grounds, where counsel was insignificant for failing to change venue. I had asked him, since my case was so highly publicized, no offense, because y'all put a lot of it out there, but I mean, this is just what I got being in prison. Imagine what else was out there on the news and everything else, pages and pages. This is so much media with everything that I asked. I asked them, can we please go somewhere else to where I could do the trial? No, we have to do it here. We have to at least give it a chance to pick a jury here and everything else. We can't just up and move. I had at one point motion to restrict the media. No offense again, but it was such a big thing that I had this in place for a reason. So Mr. Brooks decided he was going to take this off. He never discussed it with me, never anything. He just decided, for whatever reason, him working with the state, whatever it was that he got off of whatever, he took it off. But we went through all that to get it on, just for you to say, oh, no, okay, we'll let him do whatever. So, and then, like, pages from the jury. I mean, I had 73 or 74 jurors that we went through. I had never been in trouble before with the law. So I didn't know this whole process. I really didn't know the law or anything. My family trusted Mr. Brooks. I was raised with Mr. Brooks. We went to the same church together. I was brought up with his children, So I trusted that he was going to do what he said he was going to do. 73 of these people. So 19 of them had not heard anything about it, except for very little. Only 3 were picked for my jury. Everybody else, highly publicized, knew. Either they lived by Kayla Crocker, they were part, I even had, a lot of them had family that was in the sheriff's department. One of them was a paralegal, worked in the building or close by. One of them was a nurse that actually seen me when I was in Santa Rosa County, had interacted with me and everything.
We have less than 5 minutes left, so I'm asking you a couple of quick questions, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to hear your thoughts on these. From your perspective, this whole thing was about trying to make sure your kids weren't hurt.
Get home safe,
Have
Kim.
you been able to see your kids since all of this happened?
I have. And I've been able to meet my grandchildren. Yes.
What is that like, and how do you have conversations with them after all of this has gone down?
My kids know me.
I have seen it, Kel. Yeah, I can put it on after this. if you want. It's a lot like this. It's kind of like 1 minute I'm like, the next minute, and while I agree that, I mean, I tend to think that she was an accomplice, and even if even no action is a bad act in this case. I just find it more more interesting to look at it with a more open mind, just because it's so unusual that we see someone who we can even entertain, or not that we necessarily can here, but there are enough things about her that at least I'm not just immediately enraged, you know. I mean, if I was obviously related to one of the victims, and even not being, I'm not thrilled about this woman, and I think she should, stay low with Sarah for the rest of their lives. She got life sentence plus 60 years, by the way, and she hasn't been tried for the murder in Georgia or wherever it was.
My kids know that I didn't do this because my kids do know me because I was a mom.
Bye, Dwayne.
So they went through a lot. They had to switch schools and stuff and everything. My 14-year-old has passed away since I've been in here. He got into a motorcycle accident. It was hard on my daughter. My oldest son at first didn't know what to think, but they know their mom. This is not their mom.
Right, Kel.
Do you
Yeah.
have a hope of reuniting with them someday
Yes.
outside of here?
Yes. Yes, I do. And I'm going to carry that with me. God has made a promise to me that, he's going to bring things to light and that he's going to allow me to go home. And I hope that's sooner than later, but I'm just waiting on him.
Yeah. I think she's also got
Until then,
other
I'm gonna
mitigating
continue to
factors,
tell my
actually, with
story.
actual
I'm gonna
evidence,
continue
potentially.
to, fight for what is right. I mean, if I had done something, then okay, I could sit here and deal with this, but I didn't. And the person who did killed himself. And I shouldn't be here paying for his crimes.
And I'm going to circle back to the very beginning with this. I asked you who you were before all of this started, and a lot of people see him as a monster.
He was.
And they associate you with that because of everything that went down. What do you want the people to know about who you are?
So, I was a kind person. I was a mom. I'm still kind. I'm still pushing forward. I'm a survivor. I care about people's well-being. I know the people that know me, know who I am and what I'm about. People that don't know me, if you were able to sit down and talk to me even for a minute, you would see that I'm not this person that the media and everybody portrayed me to be.
Do you have another hearing coming up? I know that the original appeal was denied and your conviction was upheld. Do you have anything else coming up?
So my 3850 was denied, and then we put in for a rehearing, and we made the cutoff and everything, and it's been 3 years, and they still have not contacted us about the rehearing or anything else.
Yes,
So yes, we're
Candace.
definitely pushing
And hi,
forward.
Candace.
Rachel can tell you more about all that and everything else, because she's my lawyer, of course. So
Jeremy?
Me too, Kel. Yeah.
You could talk to yourself before all this went down, or you could talk to somebody
Right,
who might be
Wendy.
going through a similar experience. What would you say?
like
Like, what advice would you give them, or what advice would you give yourself if you could go back and talk to yourself before all this happened?
before all this happened,
Before all this went down, before you met him, I mean,
I wish I had never wrote him the first time. I wish I had discussed things with my
I
brother
think she has
before
cried, actually. But
I ever even wrote him. But that's not the case. So you can't turn back time. I would tell people that to be careful who they let around them. Absolutely. So
Ditto,
my friend
Kelly.
Jeff was a great person, still is a great person. I trust him with my life, but his friends
Dwayne.
are not necessarily great people. Maybe to him they are, but not to me.
Yeah.
So to be very careful what you do in life, and to try to make the right decisions on whenever you have people's lives in your hands.
yeah.
Do you need any cutaways while we wrap
I
up?
get one more cutaway, but
They don't edit. This channel doesn't edit.
try to be respectful of the
It's-
time that they give us. Is there anything else? I know we tried to go fast through a lot of these things. I hit on a lot of points while he's shooting these last couple shots. Is there anything else that you think is important for me to know, for the Northwest Florida community to know, for the victims' families to know?
So I do. So William Boyette had he's hurt so many people. I found this out afterwards, you know, since I've been
I
in
know.
here and I've been digging up stuff and I've been researching stuff and everything else. I'll let you have this copy as well. So just how could they keep letting this man out? His mom and them were
That was a
connected.
big problem.
You know, like his stepdad was part of this community or what, and they golfed all the time and everything. They were like high society. You know, his mom actually funded the whole trip, and his mom rented the SUV and everything that he traveled everywhere with.
It was actually incredibly complex because it spanned so
So
many different.
here's the thing. This news channel that this interview with her, with the prosecutors on, that they just clipped right to, and the interview we just saw, this news channel does not edit anything. And I'll keep this on for a while because we'll see. I played it in the video I did, but you'll see what I mean again. And my first thought when I saw that, because they're in Milton, Florida, I thought, now James Owens makes more sense because he's just used to whatever, you know? Like, they didn't edit this, they just put this with all the outtakes and.
Counties in the state of Florida. It also went into Alabama, and then it also went into Georgia. So it took some time for me to put it completely together to present to the jury.
And her Alabama case is still active, I believe.
I don't know anything about her Alabama.
Okay. Tell me a little bit. You did get to see the interview we did with her. What was your take on her explanation of the version of events?
I feel like Mary Rice is living in a world where she has convinced herself that her lies are her truth.
Does that play in part at all? You know, she said that she was repeatedly drugged. The FDLE report said that there was Dilaudid and a couple other things in her system. Do you think that plays into her memory of the events?
I think that she did take drugs willingly with Billy Boyette. I don't believe that he actually drugged her. And what I find interesting is, even in your interview with her, she's able to give very detailed information about turns they made and places they went and cars they drove and
I like her
stores they
too.
went to. And even in her interview with law enforcement, once she was taken into custody, she was able to give very detailed information.
So that leads you to believe.
That leads me to believe that she may have been doing drugs at some point during the time span that they were on the run, but I don't believe that she was involuntarily drugged.
Got it. One of the biggest questions that goes back and forth and that she still holds to this day was that she was not his girlfriend. Alicia Greer was his girlfriend. Can you tell me, I wasn't here for the trial, can you tell me what evidence there was that they were in a romantic
Alicia Greer is the first woman he killed before he went and picked up Mary Rice.
relationship?
So I presented evidence from Facebook as well as from text messages where she had reached out to
Yeah, I bet she
Billy
likes to
Boyette
tie
while
one
he was
on,
still
this
incarcerated.
woman.
Once he got out, he actually stayed with her in her home. And then I also presented text messages where they were telling each other they loved each other. They were, planning to do things together. They were supposedly going on camping trips and all of these other things. And I also received information from a girl that was housed with Mary that didn't want to testify at trial, but she did say that Mary told her that they were in love, that they were talking about getting married. And so I had no reason to believe other than the fact that they were in a relationship.
Why do you think then that she so vehemently denies it?
I think she denies that they're in a relationship because she has convinced herself that she is a victim and that she is a survivor of this crime spree when in fact she was a willing participant.
I'm trying to touch on multiple things that she said as they come to mind. She talks about the the rope that she tied in the Kayla Crocker case, the main reason she is where she is now. Is there any truth to she tied it loose, or it was, barely tied on, and that Billy went back and tied a second rope, that was what really bound her?
I don't remember the specifics as far as what the pictures were with the tying of Kayla's hands, but I do remember Kayla's mother testifying that they were tightly bound, and once she was able to undo them, that Kayla's body kind of fell over. So that led me to believe that they were in fact tightly bound.
With some of the stuff that she had to say about her attorney's incompetence, actually, before I get to that, can you talk a little bit about the Escambia County deputy who was fired for untruthfulness?
This is kind of interesting.
Did that have a role in any of your evidence, or how did that all come into play?
Oh, I wish I would have looked that up. I don't think at the time he testified he had been under investigation. I'm trying to think. I'm just talking out loud.
And if we can't get into it, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't remember the time frame. I think when he testified, he didn't have those allegations against him. They did come at a later time, and I believe it was for like falsifying timesheets, or maybe it had something to do with his timesheets with the sheriff's office.
Okay, yeah, in the document she had, it said untruthfulness in your case.
I'm not aware of any document that said that law enforcement officer was untruthful.
There was a
in her
document that
case.
said that.
It's my understanding that he was let go from the sheriff's office because he was untruthful on some timesheets, but in my opinion, that had nothing to do with his testimony at trial.
If they send me that, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Because I had asked her attorney for it because DOC wouldn't let her. She was trying to give me like physical copies, but DOC wouldn't let her, so her attorney was going to have to email me the copies.
Yeah, I don't know of any information that is documented that says he was untruthful in her trial.
Okay, I think she had a letter, but I'll ask.
Wow, okay.
I'll ask.
I'd be curious to see that.
And if I find it, I'll send it to you because I've got your email. Now fast forwarding back to what I was originally going to ask, but now I lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens.
You're talking about her lawyer.
Yes, she had these claims about her lawyer didn't let her get involved in the case, and that a juror was potentially sleeping or had his eyes closed, that she didn't get to testify even though she wanted to. Do you think there's ever any hope for her in getting a conviction set aside or a retrial?
As far as I know, her motion for post-conviction was denied by the court, I believe in 2023, where she made allegations against her attorney at the time. And as far as the sleeping juror, I believe we brought that to the court's attention, and it may have been a situation where the juror just kind of shut their eyes for, a short amount of time. Some people do that when they're listening to evidence. It doesn't necessarily mean they're sleeping, but it was brought to the court's attention, and I don't believe it merited any further discussion as far as the juror not listening to the evidence or participating in the trial. And the fact that she attacked her attorney, Ken Brooks has been around for years. He is an upstanding lawyer. He does a great job. From what I saw, obviously I'm not involved in the conversation, but from what I saw, he kept her informed. And as far as her testifying, the court gave a thorough colloquy about whether she wanted to take the stand, and she decided not to do that on her own.
And that's what I've heard about and research I've done about her attorney as well. So
yeah, he's great. He's a great guy.
Is there any sort of theories that you can share, and if you can't, that's fine, about why she was okay going along for this ride with Billy Boyette, whom she wants to say she had no relationship with, said that repeatedly that Alicia Guerrero was his girlfriend. Do y'all know why she may have gone with him and allowed this stuff to happen?
In looking at her text messages, in looking at her Facebook information, and looking at kind of where she was at in her life, I believe that she was desperate for Billy Boyette's attention. I think she was desperate to be in a relationship with him, and I think she wanted to do anything that she could in order to be with him. She didn't have custody she didn't have any of her 4 children living with her at the time. I don't know whether she had custody or not, but she worked at the Dollar General, and this was a man that was big and bad, and I think that she was very much attracted to him. And again, I'm going by her Facebook and her text messages. And she went on the spree with him.
Do you think, was there any evidence that somebody was actually watching her kids, which is what she says was the whole trigger into her doing all of these things?
There was absolutely no information that ever came to my attention or her attorneys, because he would have presented it, that anyone was watching her children. Her children were staying with, I believe, a family friend, and that person lived 4 miles from a police department. Not only that, but at the very beginning, Mary Rice actually sent pictures of her children to Billy Boyette, and I also presented that to the jury.
One of the things that was not brought up, but her attorney did do, and again, I don't know if you can talk about this or not, was she was evaluated by this doctor, and that was something that he had visited her many, many times, and then it was never brought into the trial. Do you think that that examination or relationship could have had any weight on it to the jury? Because I'm sure you got a copy of it if they were maybe going to present it.
I do not recall getting a copy of that report, but I trust that if it said anything that would have been of value to Mary Rice's case, her attorney would have presented it. There may have been a situation where there was some evidence that was not favorable to her that would have come out, and he may have made a decision not to present that in an effort not to harm her case.
I'm just looking through some of the things that I asked her just to make sure I'm kind of hitting on some of these things.
Do I sound stupid?
I love this.
No, you sound great.
Sometimes stuff just comes out of my mouth before I think about it. It's been so long. Gosh, when did I try this case?
I know, 18, I think.
Was it?
Yeah. Because it happened in the beginning of 17, and I believe y'all tried it in like the fall of 18.
Okay.
Which is relatively fast.
It comes out of my mouth.
I have to rewind this
That
again.
would have come.
I just think it's shit. Did I screw it up? Probably.
Some of the things that I asked her just to make sure I'm kind of hitting on some of these things.
Do I sound stupid?
No,
Are you sure? Okay.
no, you sound great.
Sometimes stuff just comes out of my mouth before I think about it. It's been so long. Gosh, when did I try this case?
I know, 18, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Me too, Addie.
Because it happened in the beginning of 17, and I believe y'all tried it in like the fall of 18.
Okay.
But also, that's an example of like no editing. I mean, I don't think they would have left that out in like Dateline, you know, or left that in. Just, it's much better this way, of course, but you know.
Which is relatively fast, considering, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
Yeah.
But I also worked in Georgia where cases went 4 or 5 years. before
Oh,
being
wow.
tried.
Yeah.
Do you know, did anybody along this spree, I know there was a witness from Dollar General or one of the stores when they were leaving up to Georgia, but did anybody else along their road trip call in and give you guys information that they saw her, that she tried to get help?
When they initially left Kayla Crocker's house, they stopped at a gas station, and the clerk there did reach out to law enforcement because she recognized Mary Rice. I think initially she was a little confused because Mary had dyed her hair, but she did reach out to law enforcement, and we were able to obtain video surveillance and the receipt for what she purchased.
But she didn't try to get any sort of like help or, hey, this is who I am.
Mary Rice?
Yeah.
We did not have any information from the number of stores that we were able to track her at that she ever asked anyone for help.
And again, that goes back to thinking her
Thank
kids
you,
were under
lazy
duress,
viewer.
but there's no evidence that they were ever in harm's way.
That's
We
so
had
nice.
no evidence ever that her children
appreciate
were in
that.
harm's way at all.
You know, she talks about how if she were to be able to get her conviction set aside, that she would try to help other people and do good and make up for some of these things. But even if she were to get out, can you explain, just without getting into her Alabama case, what the process would look like? Because even if she got out, she wouldn't be a free woman.
If for some reason her conviction was overturned or was sent back for us to retry her, she still has a hold out of Alabama, I believe, for a case that's pending there.
So then at that point, then she would just transfer basically to their custody and start all over.
Correct. Yeah, if she were released from Florida Department of Corrections, I believe there would be a hold on her out of Alabama. So she would be transferred to their custody to face the charges there.
And as we go through this and as people hear her version of events for the first time, really, what do you want the public to take away from hearing her?
Say that again.
In when the public hears Mary's version of events and hears for the first time what she says happened, what do you want them to be thinking about, or what do you want the public to know about her first interview?
So there are real victims of domestic violence out there, right? We see it every day in our line of business. Real victims of domestic violence. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Billy Boyette did not at some point put his hands on Mary Rice, because he certainly has a history of it. He certainly was capable of it. And he was a horrible human being. So did he put his hands on Mary Rice during this crime spree? He probably did. But it was not to the level that she wants everyone to believe. I mean, she made allegations that he tried to cut her fingerprints off, and that's just absolutely, that's preposterous. So again, I'm not trying to minimize victims of domestic violence or that Mary Rice may have suffered some domestic violence, but it was not to the level that she wants to have everyone believe.
Jeremy?
Oh, I don't got anything else. I think that was great.
You know?
That was an awesome answer.
Okay.
Yeah, no. And what's
Well,
crazy
it's hard for me because I don't want to. There are victims out there. I just don't think it's her.
Oh, no.
what's crazy, I kid you not, I had just pulled that soundbite from her. That was the last thing I did before I walked out of the building, was
yeah.
pull that soundbite from her talking about fingerprints. So that's kind of crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just flipping through some of my notes and I was like, because, I forgot I played her interview. I mean, I played it. So she got to tell her story, or what her story was at the time, that she was a victim of, Billy Boyette, and he beat her constantly and, hit her in the head with a gun and pistol whipped her and raped her and, all these things. I mean, I put that out there for the jurors to hear.
Oh boy. It's almost like they think that I only want to watch Sarah Boone. It's crazy. Let's see if we can find any of her trial. I mean, they have such short coverage of it. It's like, let's try this.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, are those Facebook records that you obtained?
Right, he was big on
Mary
plea
Rice's
agreements,
account
which
for
makes sense because he couldn't argue objections.
Is the first page a business record certification from Facebook?
I don't either, Kelly. Yeah, it's
Yes, ma'am.
ridiculous.
Certifying that those documents are authentic and, okay.
Correct.
Judge,
It's like YouTube Music constantly trying to get me to listen to the thong song when I'm obviously more sophisticated than that.
this time I move states 248 into evidence. Okay, so the first page is what? The top page, excuse me.
The top page is the certificate of authenticity from Facebook.
Okay, and then if you'll flip to the next page, what identifying information is on there?
That's the Facebook.
Me too,
business
Clockwork
record
Zombie.
that lists the name of the holder of the Facebook account, their email address, IP address, and identifying characteristics.
Okay, and whose name's on it?
Mary Rice.
Does it also have her cell phone number?
On the
Look toward the, it says current city right underneath that.
yes, I'm sorry. Yes, the cell verified on January 3rd, 2017 of 850-390-3907.
Okay.
Dong,
So-
dong, dong, dong.
For the record, we have pages 413 through 415, right? And this is what it pertains to Billy Boyette.
Correct.
Okay, 413 through 415, 679
Yeah,
through
I don't know.
681,
Correct.
3174 through 3175,
Correct.
and then 7130 through 7187, right?
Correct.
Right, Winter
Are they
Lake.
in
A really good time.
chronological order?
No.
Okay, So let's start chronologically.
Yeah.
Go to
Oh,
page
yeah.
679, please. What is going on page 679?
This is just a photo that was posted on the Facebook page.
You say? Okay. Okay. And then this is page 680. So what does this show?
You see the second line down is titled it, and it says "Chilling with my boo." It's just the tagline that would have been put associated with that photo.
Okay, and can you read the date?
Date on that one would have been October 13th, 2016.
And then this is page 681. What is this show?
This is where a user with the name of William Boyette replied to that photo and said, "Is that Joey Smith?" And then underneath that, Mary Rice replies, "Message me."
This is page 7130. Wait, yeah. 7130. What does this page show?
This is messages between Mr. Boyette and Ms. Rice.
Okay, and the top message that's highlighted, what is the date?
Date on that is October 16th.
Quad City
2016.
DJs wasn't who let the dogs out.
The
They
message
were,
says, "Well, hello there, stranger. I finally made it out."
who let the dogs out, I think, was the Baja Boys. Quad City DJs was come and ride it and the choo choo, you know. I
Fresh
took
air is
that
quite
train. I
nice.
took
I
that
hope
train.
this
I
finds
took
you
that
and yours
train.
doing well. How's life been treating you? Look forward to hearing back from you. Until then, respects, Billy.
And that's to Mary Rice, correct?
Yes, that was sent by William Boyette to Mary Rice.
This is page 7131. What is that second?
Oh, these are the text messages. I'm just realizing.
Second body of the message says, "Sounds like you've been good. That is awesome. Been cleaning motorcycle parts all day."
And who sent that into?
That was sent by Mary Rice to William Boyette.
Okay. And then does it just follow some pictures of, I don't know what these are.
Those appear to be like that's I believe a gas tank to a motorcycle.
Okay. This is, I'm sorry, the record that was 7132. This is 7133. This is 7133.
They were all one-hit wonders.
7135. And those were all two, this is all between Mary and Boyette, correct?
Correct, yes.
This is 7137. Page 7138. Okay. Page 7139. The highlighted area, can you read that for the jury?
Yes, ma'am. I believe the top part of the highlight area, it's a message sent by Mary Rice to William Boyette on October 17th, 2016. And it says, "Hey, that is who Terrell sends to make sure no riffraff around. I know you do not het, H-E-T, along. He is not my boo, short for babysitter."
Okay, now does this correspond to the first picture that the jury was shown on 680? Like the time?
They were not
Based on the
strangers.
date and
I
time
don't know
stamp.
if he lived with her though. I don't think he did because he immediately got a girlfriend who he later killed.
Picture
Of course.
now to this.
The first photo that was posted was just posted on the publicly accessible Facebook page where anybody that, depends on how the privacy settings are, but any friends or even just the general public could view that. Where you get to this point, this is now private messages between Mary Rice and Mr. Boyette. You can tell the difference because on the first photo, there's not a indication of who it was sent to. It was just posted from Mary Rice's page. Whereas on here, it's quite clearly says the author of the message is Mary Rice, the recipients is William Boyette.
Okay. And does that conversation seem to be explaining who the person was in 680?
It appears to be yes.
Okay. Can you read that? Or you'll read that. What's the next message that she sends? Boyette.
Beneath that, it says, bro, looking out for sis, that is what pissed me off about him, throwing a fit about you. I would love someone holding me right now.
How would you, is it difficult to read?
Yes, ma'am, there's a lack of punctuation and some typos, spelling errors.
Okay, just do the best you can. She said, I would love someone holding me right now. What does she say after that? To Boyette.
After that says,
Yeah, it's hard to
I am
say.
sexy though.
You know, there are a lot of text messages between them that, I mean, I don't know a lot, but that are, could be turned into something. But people say a lot of stupid shit on chat, you know what I mean? On text, I feel like. And the other thing is that the detective, the head investigator in her case, was fired in either before this trial or during, I don't know. But they said it had no impact, and we saw her lawyer saying how, or the prosecutor, that woman we like, saying how she was under the impression that it was just, he was fudging like his time stamps or whatever, which I don't know if that would get you fired, because it seems to me it's hard to get. I mean, when you're fired as a cop, it's like you really have to do something bad, I think. I don't know. Maybe it's different in Milton. I doubt it. But Mary did have a document when she did that interview that said, from her attorney, saying there was no, he was very shady. Yeah, there was no, he didn't do anything that affected your case. He was just, all it says is that he was dishonest in your case. And I mean, that's something, right? Can I call Boo? Hi, Danielle. Can I curse?
I am always alone, it is what it is. It says, my number is 390-3907, all someday.
This is page 7142. And is this a picture that Ms. Rice appeared to send to Boyette?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then this is page 7143. What does that say?
It says, I believe you, this is what my bro looks like at Bay today.
Okay. Do you know what Bay is?
I believe it's a reference to Bay County Correctional Institution.
This is page 148. Excuse me, 7148. And is this a photograph that Ms. Rice appears to send to Boyette?
Yes.
What's the date? And that's on 7141.
That would be on October 17th, 2016.
This is 7150. Just another photograph she sent.
Correct?
This is 7152. Another photo.
Yes.
And this is 7153. What does she say there?
This says, these are me.
Meaning the previous photos?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and then what's next?
Next one says, my oldest.
Just have 2 seconds.
Right, Addie, it's true. Really, Danielle? I mean, that doesn't surprise me, but I do too, of course. Yeah, exactly, Addie. I mean, that's not good.
Did you search to see if Mary Rice had a Facebook account?
I did.
Okay, and did she?
She did.
How do you, I don't know how to do Facebook, so how do you do that?
I just simply searched for her name, and I found a page that had a photograph on it, and it was obviously hers.
Okay. And to get the contents of someone's Facebook account, how do you do that?
To get all the contents, I have to write a search warrant.
Okay. And then, does a court have to sign off on the warrant?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you obtain a warrant for the Facebook account of Mary Rice?
I did.
And were her Facebook records provided pursuant to that warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through Ms. Rice's Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
Now, how many pages do you receive?
Right. They were at a hotel called, at some point, I don't remember, I think he just mentioned it before when I was texting on the YouTubes. They were in a hotel called Hotel Motel, which kind of thrills me.
Did you receive?
It was a little over 11,000, I think 11,200 and some.
Okay, fair to say not everything is going to be relevant to this case.
Fair to say.
What were you looking for specifically?
I was looking for any indication of involvement in this, any communication between Ms. Rice and Mr. Boyette, anything that was of evidentiary value.
Okay. And were you able to find Mr. Boyette's name in Mary Rice's Facebook account?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me.
Right.
Did you pull pages pertaining to William Boyette in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Record, this is already admitted State's Exhibit 191. Did you call the phone number that's in that shopper ad?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you make contact with?
Eventually made contact with Mr. Haynes, James Haynes.
All right. And did you drive out to Mr. Haynes's residence in Alabama?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
March 8th, 2017.
Okay. And I'm now putting up State's Exhibit number 213. Are those the directions to Mr. Haynes's property?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's hard to see in this picture, but 10630, do you know what that means?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Haynes' actual residence is 10630 Calioka Road.
I'm also putting up State's Exhibit number 219. Did you look at this particular photograph?
I did.
And did you see anything of interest in it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see?
There appears to be 3 folding knives.
Okay. I don't know why this one here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And did you look at this as well?
Yes, that's a folding knife, but it's in a packet.
Were those 3 knives, I guess, packaged separately and put in the Escambia County Sheriff's Office evidence?
They were packaged as one evidence item number.
Okay. Did you check them out for trial?
I did.
Let me show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 247.
No, it's all right.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And does that contain the 3 knives that you just testified about?
Yes, it does.
And did you check it out of the Sheriff's Office evidence locker?
I did.
Are you allowed to do that?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And I mean, why are you as opposed to someone else off the street?
I'm a sworn law enforcement officer, and the sheriff's office has given me a identification number in their system to allow me to do that.
Okay. So even though you didn't collect them, you can still check them out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do those 3 knives coincide with the evidence in states 219 on the screen right now?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd move states 247 into evidence. And can you pull each of them out and show the jury, please?
Yeah, I'd be arrested on the
First
spot.
one's the adjustable wrench. It's got blades built into the handle. And this is the small folding, like a Leatherman tool. So it's unfolded with a pair of pliers, and somewhere in there's a very small blade. There's a small blade there. And this is just a standard folding knife that locks.
Is it white on the other side?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are you familiar with Facebook?
What are we watching here? Is this a Hobby Lobby? What is this? Drugstore, I guess? This might be the thing about where they're showing how she's just kind of meandering. Exactly, Winter Lake. That's the thing. It shows that she was. I assume they just showed that. I was looking down, of course, but they showed her alone, kind of walking around. I mean, no, it's not him. I think he was already fired at this point. I'm, although I don't know if that would stop them from probably. I don't know. Eddie. Yeah, he's got no job.
This is 246. It's about 4 minutes.
I don't think it's him. Should I speed this up? No, right? We're just hanging. Yeah, I mean, Cool Mo D's very fast. My favorite, Big Daddy Kane, is very fast. DMX, fastest. Young MC's manager was his mama. I love him. Not DMX. Das Effects. They're the fastest. Yeah, this is the most damning evidence against her, in my opinion. Oh, this looks like a Salvation Army or something, right? I don't know why I'm so nosy about what they're, where she's shopping. Okay, Addie. Well, you know, he does have days off where he could attend to it, so I say leave it out there. Where are they getting money? I think from his mother. Welcome, Vanishing Act. Thanks for becoming one of the sexy, sexy people.
Yes, ma'am, I
Are
do.
your initials on there?
On both of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are those the videos that you requested and obtained from Dollar General pertaining to the 2 receipts you just testified to?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time I'd move states 245 and 246 into evidence. And I would request to publish.
Vanishing Fact. Did I say Vanishing Act?
245 is Malvern, 246 is Headland. Yes, sir. Okay. And I'll publish 245 first. Marked as states 243 and 244.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you recognize those? Are they photos of receipts collected in this case?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time I move states 243 and 244 into evidence. Will you read the date, time, and items purchased for each receipt and start with the Malvern, Alabama?
Yes, ma'am. The Malvern receipt, the date on it is February 6, 2017 at 9:23 a.m.
Okay.
The items purchased, for
Welcome to Only the Sexy People, VC, and Vanishing Facts. Thanks for joining.
it says purple and pink athletic, doesn't specify.
love
I
Humpty
believe it's
too.
a pair of shoes, but I'm not sure.
Hi, Forever
There's a
Wander.
prepaid- I'm sorry,
This is not a new case. This is the case of a woman. This is, I don't see the whole trial anywhere, but I did a video on this earlier, and then we were watching an interview with her. Her name is Mary Rice, and she is at Lowell Annex with Sarah Boone. She works in the legal library, and somebody in the know told me that she helped Sarah out. So I just thought we would delve into her case. It's very interesting, and maybe someone can fill you in a little bit. Unless you want me to.
two pairs of plaid Hanes brand boxer shorts.
Okay,
It says Stacker 2B12, and I believe there's 5 of those. That's an energy drink.
Yeah.
And there's a two 60-minute track phone phone cards.
This crime was committed
and
in
then will you read
2017.
the Headland, Alabama receipt into the record.
Yes, ma'am. The Headland receipt is dated February 6th, 2017 at 10:17 a.m. And there's a track phone on the receipt,
Okay.
3 cans of Pringles potato chips, a ramen noodles package, and a 6-pack of water.
As you had done in the previous instances, did you request video surveillance for each of those transactions?
Yes, ma'am.
And did either or both of those Dollar General stores have video surveillance?
They did.
All right. And did the Dollar General send you video surveillance that coincided with each of those receipts?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
Did you watch each of them?
I did.
Did you see anything or anyone that appeared to be relevant to this case?
It's
Yes,
been
ma'am.
to
What'd
trial,
you see?
I
Long time
saw an
ago, like
individual
2000.
that, appeared to be Miss
like
Rice.
2020 or 2022.
And you already
I
talked
don't
about
know.
why you're familiar with Miss Rice, but do you
think
see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to her and identify what she's wearing?
She's seated at the table wearing
She's
a
just
gray
appealing.
jacket.
Again.
And is she in the center of her attorney and his legal assistant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Judge, let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant. You testified Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That during the course of your involvement in this case, you had gone through some photos looking for receipts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find any photos pertaining to a Dollar General?
Yes, ma'am, a couple of them.
Okay. And do you remember where they were from?
One was from Malvern, Alabama, and the other was from Headland, Alabama.
Yeah. Gaddy. Just
And
appealing.
the Malvern, Alabama photo receipt, was that in the Georgia property?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other Dollar General, was that in Ms. Crocker's car?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Thank you, sir. I do.
Okay. Is your name on the first page under examiner?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And are those the first few pages of the Cellbrite report?
Yes, ma'am, that's the summary page.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to state 242 in evidence. Will you flip to the third page on there, and does it reflect an email address of marycraigrice@gmail.com?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, and then on the last page, the device user, can you read that cell phone number into the record, please?
Sure. The cell phone number is 850-390-3907.
Okay. Would it be fair to say in these thousands of pages that come in this report, is everything going to be relevant to a particular case?
No, there's going to be a lot of data that is just going to be specific to that device and how that device communicates with other things. It might not necessarily be user data.
Did you actually go through the report at all, or did you pass that off onto someone else?
No, ma'am, I extracted the contents of the device and then provided that to another investigator
Okay.
to review.
Very good.
Right, V. Lopez, and hi.
Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mine is the legal and the eagle, but yes.
Sorry. Do you use a particular program?
There's several different tools that law enforcement uses.
A few of them.
One
Hi,
the
Christina.
most,
A few of them.
well known as Celebrite, and that's the tool that I use in this case.
What is Cellbrite?
Celebrite is a tool.
She had done the automatic appeal, like, you know, whatever appeal they're first entitled to, and it was denied. And then she herself, pro bono, put a motion for an appeal, and she got a hearing. And at that point, she got an appellate attorney who, no, she was pro se. This appellate attorney offered to work for her pro bono after looking at her case, and her case is picked up right now they've been waiting for 2 years for the next decision. You know how that goes. And apparently her case has gotten quite a bit of traction because there's just enough things there that make it look plausible that she might get an appeal. I don't know. We'll see. She also has a pending trial, which I don't know if they're even going to try her for one of the crimes that took place in a different state, because she went on a 8-day, 3-state, 4 homicide, killing, murder, crime spree with a fella, as you do.
Specifically for law enforcement, it's used worldwide, and it's utilized to extract data from tablets, phones, basically mobile devices.
Okay. And when Cellbrite downloads like cell phone content, does it produce a report?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, and then are you able to change the information or delete it or alter it or?
No, so basically like the extraction, it's called like a forensic extraction. So basically it's maintaining the status of that data when it's pulled off. And then the report generated maintains that same status.
Okay, and then what type of information does the,
Right,
report
VC, no malicious content.
Sure, so it depends on the type of phone.
Was toward this
but
at
it
all,
can be, you know, text messages, phone calls, images, videos, all kinds of stuff.
Okay. Will it also provide a summary of the information, like forgive me, these terms are a little above my head, but like some kind of identifying information for the phone? Like how do you
Sure.
know it's not someone else's phone?
Sure, so basically, in terms of, like say a mobile phone, it's called an IMEI.
Yep,
It's kind
Addie.
of like a serial number for
Correct.
the device. And so
Few of them,
to extract
but
that
some are
specific
Wells,
number,
yes.
so you can verify that number identifies a specific device.
A lot of them, actually.
And can you get like emails,
Cherish
texts,
Periwinkle.
things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am. Depending on the phone, you can get,
I think.
you know, Google search history, all kinds of stuff.
Okay. I'm gonna put up, this is State's Exhibit number 22, or excuse me, 222 and then 223. What information is in State's 223?
So basically that is located underneath the battery of the cell phone. Obviously the model is the specific model number. And then
Right,
the number at
Dandy.
the bottom that starts with 3550, that's called the IMEI, and basically that's the serial number of the phone.
Did you download the contents of this particular cell phone in State's 223?
Not Sarah. She does not start reading legal documents or anything at all. Not even Maya Angelou, despite her claims.
22 and 223.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And did the download produce the report that you just testified about?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you know how many pages it was?
It can be a lot. It's
Okay.
probably several thousand.
Okay. And would it be, do the first few pages of the report provide the identifying information for the cell phone?
It
Yeah,
is, right,
generally there's
Christina?
like a summary page
thought
that
so, too.
identifies, you know, the basic characteristics of the phone.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 242. Take a look at those pages and see if you recognize them. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you state your name, please?
Andrew Smith.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
What do you do for FDLE?
I work in the cyber crimes unit.
Where did you work before FDLE?
I worked at the Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
And what did you do there?
I worked in the computer crimes unit as an investigator.
Okay. So how long have you been doing your line of work total?
Approximately 3 years, maybe.
And what type of education and training do you have in cyber crimes, computer crimes, things of that nature?
Well, I have a bachelor's in information systems, and I'm currently working on my master's in cybersecurity.
Okay.
And then I also have law enforcement training.
As part of your duties, do you download or extract cell phone content?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you do that?
So basically, it's a piece of software that connects to the phone and then extracts that data. It communicates with the phone directly.
All right, man. Seat in the chair, pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you, okay? All right, Ms. Brooks. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Freeman, can you please give us your full name for the record, please?
Tara Christine Freeman.
Okay.
Hi, Bossy Tuba.
And are you familiar with Mary Rice?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Mary Rice?
Half my life.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to a time frame sometime in maybe September, October 2016. Do you remember going to the jail with Mary Rice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us how that came about. First off, why was it important? Why were you there with Mary at the jail?
I was visiting a ex-boyfriend, or boyfriend at the time,
Who was that?
Jeff Stubbs.
Okay. And so you were already ready to go visit him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why was Mary along?
Jeff wanted to introduce Mary and Billy to each other.
Okay. Do you remember, was this in the morning, the afternoon, or when was this?
Probably, it was before 5 o'clock, so I think we
Okay.
maybe had 2 hours left to visit.
So it was in the evening,
Yes.
basically. Were you present for
Addie.
communication
love
she
your-
had with her?
I like your-
with him, I should say.
Your fair use
She was
commentary,
there
Addie.
sitting next to me, but they don't allow somebody else that's not registered to get on the phone and visit. But you could see through the screen.
Do you know whether Mary knew Billy before
She
that
did
day?
not. She did not.
She did not. Was she, when she went to visit, did she appear nervous or anything of that nature?
Kind of quiet.
Okay. How did Billy behave?
He seemed okay. I have never met him, so I didn't know
Was
how
he respectful to her during that visitation?
at the time, yes.
Okay.
I don't
And
think
how
you're
long did that
mean-spirited. You're just a little
visitation
mean, but
Um,
I am too, so.
maybe an hour, if that.
I mean,
You've known
superficial mean, you
Ms.
know.
Rice for some time. Did she have a history of writing people in jail?
Yeah, VC. Did you really need that? Do you need that note to self? Because
Her
I would
brother?
say
Okay,
probably
that's-
not,
That's what you
you
knew,
know?
right?
Yes.
Okay. And had you known Billy Boyette before this?
Also, she was known to, apparently, as part of her church, and although she's not, I mean, I'm sure she believes in God and all that, but she, to her credit, has not brought up religion. As part of her church, she was in some, like, program that would help recently released ex-convicts, and she was known to provide aid and shelter to people released out of prison and her home. I don't know if this was I don't know if any of them were women. I don't know what I haven't learned much about that, but that's not what this was, to my knowledge. Like, this was just, like you said, like, she went with her friend and ended up talking to this guy. Her brother was also in prison at this time.
Okay. So your first contact with him was that same day as well?
Yes,
correct?
sir. I'd heard of him and his name, but never had seen him or come in contact with him.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Just a tad, Sharon.
Yes, ma'am. Just once.
Any regret? No regret. Ms. Woods, you can't, ma'am, you may sit down here now. For the record, ma'am, can you give us your full name?
Bonnie Jean Kylo.
And where are you employed?
I work for the Dollar Tree in Fairhope,
Fairhope, okay. And how long have you worked there?
4 years.
What is your job now with Dollar Tree?
I'm second in charge. I'm the full-time freight merchandising manager.
Okay. And back around January, the end of January 2017, were you still employed with Dollar Tree?
I was.
Okay. What was your job at that time?
I was the full-time operations manager.
Okay. And during that time, did you have occasion to come in contact with Billy Boyette and Mary Rice?
I did.
Okay. Explain first off when that was that you had contact.
It was the end of the season, winter season. So it was.
Yeah, it's never a good reason,
between
Bossy
November
Tuba.
and February.
I mean, rarely.
And how do you know that it was at the end of the season?
Because I had just put up the rest of what we call snuggadoos, which are gloves, and I had just put up the rest of those, so it was the end of the season.
Okay.
Snuggadoos?
Tell us how it was that you came in contact with Billy Boyette and Mary.
I was bent down in front of one of the candy stations on register number 3, and going through the candy, and he was standing over me.
Oh,
and
good.
he
I'm glad
asked
you didn't
me
go to
if,
the store, Sharon.
we had hand warmers.
Okay. Did you respond
I've
back
got
to him?
a piece
And
of
I
pizza
said
that I'm
no,
going to
that
eat,
we don't carry
I think.
them, but we have snuggadoos, which I had just put.
What the hell are snuggadoos?
Okay. Was Mary with him when you were talking to him?
I didn't see her.
Okay. Then what happened?
Yeah, Addie.
Then he,
Snuggadoos.
I don't remember what he'd done after
you-
that, but then they
High
came
blood
to my
bath.
register. Both of them came to my register.
Okay. Was Mary with him? Was
Yes.
she was close to him?
Yes. No, she wasn't close to him. She was actually, he motioned her to go to put the stuff on the counter, and there was a basket between him and her, and she wouldn't look at me. She just kept looking at him with the basket between them. But she was standing in front of the card reader, and he was on the other side by the candy stand.
Okay. How did she appear?
Oh, I'm
to you?
glad Winter Lake.
Scared.
Good. I'll take the responsibility
Did,
for that.
she have any
Good for
words
him.
with you?
No.
Did you try and strike up a conversation with her?
I asked how they were doing, which is part of our customer service. How are you doing today? And he said to me, I just killed my girlfriend.
Sure, Dan.
Okay. What was your response to that?
I thought he was joking,
Okay.
and I said, I've done a lot of things in my life, but I've never done something like that.
Okay. And what did they do after that?
I checked them out. I don't remember what they bought. I checked them out, and Mary kept looking at him, and he motioned her to use her card in the reader.
Okay. Did he ever have any words for her?
No, they didn't.
So
Didn't
it's-
even speak.
It was just eye contact between them?
Yes.
All right.
Right,
Have you
Addie,
seen
she's
that
just
kind of behavior
there
before?
organizing the
I have.
snuggadoos.
And where have you seen that
Snuggadoos.
I've been in different drug rehabs, like 10 years ago, and some of the girls that are there, and including myself, that's just kind of the behavior of someone that's being abused. Yeah.
And how long did this encounter with Mary and Billy last?
Just while they were in the store.
Did you actually see her walk in?
No, I didn't see either one of them walk in.
Did you see them walk out?
I did.
I agree,
And
Winter
where
Lake.
did they, were they?
I'm
in
so
a
glad you
vehicle?
guys are here with me.
They walked to a vehicle, yes.
Do you remember what the vehicle looked like?
It was I just know it was a white car.
Okay. Did you notice any marks on Mary or anything of that nature?
I didn't. I didn't really look at her. She wouldn't really look at me.
Okay. And did Billy Boyette have anything in his hands?
I didn't notice anything in his hands, but I did notice that he had, like, he was dirty. Like he had just come off a construction site or something. And
When he told you he had just killed his girlfriend,
Yeah, how do you like this?
were there any mannerisms that you noticed? Was it matter-of-factly? What was it?
it was a matter of factly, yeah. So it's just straight up. That was just a statement, like,
Okay.
and it kind of, I wasn't really sure if he was joking. I mean, to me, I thought he was joking.
All right. At this time this happened, had you already seen on the news about Mary and Billy?
Hi, Meowgie.
Okay. You didn't have any reason to call law enforcement at that time, did you?
No.
Okay. You didn't believe him that he had just killed his girlfriend at that time?
No.
When was it that you called somebody about this, and who did you call?
I called Mr. Davis, Spencer Davis,
And who is Spencer Davis?
it was her attorney that I found out that.
She didn't
I Googled who her
contact the
attorney
police
was,
when this guy told her.
and that's the name that came up.
And that's her attorney in Alabama?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you give him a statement?
Yes.
Tell him what you saw?
Yes, he came to my store because I was manager on duty at that day,
Okay.
and told him about.
Did you
what
also
had
call
happened.
law enforcement, or you just called her attorney?
I just called him
Why didn't you call law enforcement?
because it was after the fact,
Okay.
and they had already left. It was almost a week later that I had called.
Okay.
Hi, Ryan.
I've got no further questions. Sir.
I like this, just plays it for me. This is the attorney who asked if she looked stupid, if she sounded stupid.
Good morning.
You say Billy and Mary like you know them. You don't know Billy Boyette, do you?
No.
You don't know Mary Rice, do
No.
you? You said
Good night. I'm not buying it. Have a good night.
Billy Boyette said, "I just killed my girlfriend,"
His ex-girlfriend.
his ex-girlfriend. And he said it matter-of-factly,
Yes.
right? And then he's with this woman who you say looks scared, but you didn't think
I'm
to
not
call law
buying it.
enforcement?
That was.
She didn't look scared. I mean, I was.
I'm not buying it. May have left already, but this isn't an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. It was about people who make comments as to why they're no longer watching your content, or like it was on some channel where the person was like, "This video is blah blah blah," and I'm unsubbing and yada yada, and someone else had written, "This is an airport. You don't have to announce your departure," and I thought that was very funny. But you can announce your departure. I'm not buying it.
Knowing what the situation was.
Well, that's my question though. So you have this man who just said, I just killed my ex-girlfriend."
Exactly.
And he's with a girl who looks scared to you, and there's not some
Exactly,
thought
this is
there
for
to maybe
everyone.
call 911?
No. I thought he was joking.
But you just said he said it very matter-of-factly.
He did.
And you said he's motioning to her. Was he laughing at all? Was
No.
he smiling?
No.
How did Mary?
Did you hear the
Rice
kids
pay
screaming
that
outside?
She used a credit card.
credit card? Do you know if it was Visa, MasterCard?
I don't. That's how I know what her name was.
Okay, and tell the jurors how you know her name.
It comes up on my screen when someone uses their card. The name comes up on my screen. And customer service, we're supposed to say, "Thank you, Miss whoever, whatever the name is." And I said, "Thank you, Miss Rice. You have a nice day."
You mentioned that you've seen behavior in rehab before.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kyler, you're not a mental health counselor, are you?
No, ma'am.
You're not a psychologist,
No, ma'am.
psychiatrist? No?
No, ma'am.
Never met Mary Rice before in your
No,
life?
ma'am.
You mentioned that when you did finally reach out to somebody, you Googled her attorney, correct?
Correct.
What did you learn about Mary Rice to call her attorney?
Just that I saw it on the television,
Saw what?
the news.
Exactly,
It was
Margarita.
a couple of days after they had captured them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did you put two and two together that that's who was
The
apparently?
name, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And still at that point, you didn't call law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
Did you try to get a receipt from your store that would have shown the date and time and
No,
purchases?
I can't do that.
What do you mean
Oh,
you can't?
Only
Dolce
corporate can
Sueños,
do that.
thank you.
Well, you
Or
could've
to,
given
what
that
do you mean? Are
information to law
you,
enforcement,
what?
right?
I could have.
They could have tried to get it?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bossy Tuba, for the memberships. And I also just want to say that considering the psychiatrists, psychologists, etc., that we have seen in trials, I will take the word, sadly, I will take the word of an ex-meth head before I'll take the word of, what's her name, that blonde who said that Sarah Boone was parentifying Brian. Or Dorothy Lewis, the shrink who said that Letitia Stout had DID.
Did you see Billy Boyette's picture on the news?
After, yes.
Right, and did you see Mary Rice's picture on the news?
Yes.
It's true, and the police might not do anything.
Ms. Kylo, have you ever been
I know.
convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times?
3 times, all drug related.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you read the rest?
Ma'am, you are not a psychologist, right?
No, ma'am. No, sir, I'm not.
Your experience with abused women is partly your experience,
Yes, sir.
and you're also with other women who have been abused.
Yes, sir, and I've been through therapy.
Okay. You've seen what abused women look like
Yes, sir.
when they've hit rock bottom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Meow Garita, we don't have the whole trial, but did you watch the Mary Rice video? I thought you said that you did. I don't even know what day or, it's like, we only have like pieces of it, but I assume this must be the prosecutor's presentation. And, this woman works in the legal library at Lowell Annex, and she went on a killing spree, crime spree with a fella who turned the gun on himself when they were apprehended. And she claims to have been a captive, but against her will, but authorities didn't think so. I'm glad I'm not buying it. What male expert?
Nothing further, Judge.
Can this witness be excused? Excused?
Thank you.
The attorney's on the floor.
Oh yeah, me too. Benjamin. Yes, he was very good, but he didn't really help her. Yeah, they were embarrassments.
I do.
All right, and yesterday, Ms. Rice, we went over whether you wanted to testify or not, and your decision yesterday was that you did not want to testify. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've had a more opportunity to think about it. Is your decision today still that you are not going to testify?
Yes.
And you've had sufficient time to talk to your attorney about this decision?
Yes.
And you understand this is a decision that you make, not your attorney?
Yes.
And is it your decision today not to testify?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, VC, and that's why his ex-girlfriend, who he killed right before he went to get married, she had a friend with her, and that friend is also dead now. So, your advice is good.
Okay. Moving to the jury. The sworn testimony of Michael Foster given before trial will now be presented. You are to consider and weigh this testimony as you would any other evidence in the case.
Thank you, Your Honor. This deposition, Michael Foster, was taken February 15th, 2018 at 1:35 p.m.
And please raise your hand. You swore before that you will accurately read the
Yes, I remember. I will remember his name.
Direct examination by Mr. Brooks.
Was his
For
first
the
name
record,
Ben?
Go ahead and give us your full name.
Michael Stephen Foster,
And what's your date of birth?
June 13th, 1978.
And your current address?
5555 Booker Street, that is in Milton.
Is that 70? 70?
70
Okay, and what's your current phone number?
981 9676.
Okay, you've been listed as a witness in this case involving Mary Rice and Billy Boyette. I'm going to start out by asking you how, my understanding is that you know Mary Rice.
Yes,
How long have you known her?
if it was possible before she was born.
Okay,
Her mom and my mother were best friends. They were my god brothers and sisters, that family.
okay, so you grew up
Right,
with her,
former
basically.
pro wrestler.
Yeah,
Were you friends
yes,
Weird.
throughout
Brennan,
that time?
yes.
yeah. Years
Yes.
go by, you know
Michael Brennan?
how it goes. We would
Can
see
I
each
curse?
Okay, about the time that this thing happened at the Emerald Sands, had you spent any time with her prior to that?
other. Yeah,
Okay, tell us what your relationship was and what kind of time you spent with her.
for a while, a couple of days, I was giving her a ride back and forth to work. You know, I hadn't seen her in a while. And then I seen how she was living, so she needed help with that.
Tell us about that.
Oh, the housing situation was just holes in the walls, floor, needing siding.
I don't know, Addie.
And her refrigerator it just wasn't a refrigerator. And I am in a reconstruction business, so I get a lot of that stuff for nothing. And I was actually bringing a bunch to her to help her out.
Okay, how much work did you do for her?
I really didn't do any work. I worked all day, and then I would bring that stuff to her and hang out with her and then go to the house.
The stuff that you brought her, did she start doing the work on her house by herself?
Well, she could, but I imagine she had somebody else helping her.
This is the
There was
testimony,
a
I
couple
believe, of a
people
friend
that
of
were living in a camper
Mary's
she had
mother.
out back or on the side of her house.
Did you know who they were?
I want to say a guy named Dennis, and I don't know his girlfriend's name at one point, and they weren't helping out or something, so she had them leave. And I don't know, she got to where she couldn't trust anybody being over there, so nobody lived in it when I was around pretty much.
Was there anybody living in her house with her?
No, not that I seen.
Yeah, me too, Addie.
How often would you be over at her house?
1 week steady a week, and if I had a few drinks or something, I would stay there with her. So a couple of
Maybe they're-
nights, I actually spent the night.
Not there,
I
not with
wasn't
us
going to
anymore.
drink and drive.
Gotcha. And during that week, were you helping her out during that week as well?
Whatever she needed. Mostly it was riding around back and forth to work or store or something like that. Other than that, maybe a little bit on her house.
Okay.
But through the week, I would be at work,
I agree,
so I
V.
couldn't
Lopez.
do much but bring stuff and drop it off.
Okay, I'm going to bring you back to that time frame right around the murders that happened in Milton. Did you have contact with her around that time, the week before?
Yeah, right all the way up until I didn't hear about none of this for days after it happened. And I was like, no way. And supposedly it happened. The day I left and seen her, that all took place that evening or that next day.
Okay, so the day of the murder, you had seen her that previous day?
I believe so, or possibly that
She
day.
might not have a computer or
That same
anything.
day?
Possibly.
Or she's dead.
Tell us about
or
the last
in the
contact
hospital.
you had with
I don't
her.
know.
Last time I seen her, it wasn't Mary. She was freaked out, is what I gathered. And I have seen her drunk, I have seen her high, I have seen her just wasted. And she wasn't acting like that even. And I worried for her. And I told her to leave. I wanted her to leave with me. I was like, get away
Right,
from
Candace.
all of this.
But when you say you wanted her to leave, that was that day, the last day you saw her?
Yeah, the last day I saw her.
Let's start from the beginning and tell us what you did that day.
Shut down your
and
phone.
how
I'm
did
not
you work-
buying it.
and
You
did
don't want to
work
have
that
regrets
day?
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Regrets.
Yeah, I worked that day and I came over there. I called her and she didn't answer the phone and I went over there. She didn't mind if I did that, but it pissed her off if anybody just showed up. That's how she was. But when I got there, she didn't want me to be there. She was on edge and freaking out. And I was like, I know something is up. And I was trying to get her to leave and she just wouldn't leave. She was like, I can't leave. I can't leave. I can't. She wouldn't leave. It freaked me out to the point where I didn't know what to do. But I knew she is tough. That girl can handle it. But so I left it alone. She can handle it. She has got a neighbor across the street, her friends and stuff, whatever, if anything was going on, but didn't know this was going to be happening. But I wanted her to go and stay at my house because nobody knew where I lived. And none of them people really knew me at all.
Did she say she was worried about people in the neighborhood or anything?
No, nothing about nobody. She could put on a tough act. When she got scared, she puts on an act like, fuck, I will kill him. I will do that. I mean, that's how we talk. But she was freaking out.
Did she say anything about why she was freaking out?
Uh-huh. She wouldn't tell nothing.
Too bad. I'd like to hear
Okay,
this
did you
woman
go to
say
her
that.
house?
Say it herself.
How far into her house did you go?
The kitchen, right when we walk in the front door, that's the kitchen area right there.
What was she doing when you had gotten there?
Scrambling. Like she didn't know what she was doing, basically, is what I gathered. When I first seen her pulled up, she was off. And I wanted to see what was going on. And I walked inside. I mean, she didn't know what she was doing.
You mentioned she was off. You went in the kitchen with her. What was she saying or doing when you were in the kitchen?
I can't really recall. It was just, she wanted me to go. She was, Mike, you have to go. You can't be here. Nobody can be here right now. You have to go. She was adamant about, you have to go, get out of here. You have got to go.
I have seen a case where a woman who was, I think it was her sister, was murdered, and she was dying, and they did record her testimony and play it in court. That's all I got.
Was that unusual for her to behave like that around you?
Yeah.
Did you see anybody else in the house?
No.
I don't
There was
believe
a
in sex
kid
after
there.
marriage.
I don't
Margarita.
think he was there that he might have been there. A younger guy. She called him her son or something. I think she was just kind of helping take care of him or something. He was out of juvie or something. I think something was going on with some kid over there. I can't remember what relation he is to her.
But that day, you didn't see anybody?
I don't think I did. Nobody was in the house.
Okay, did you see anything out of place when you walked in? You have been in there several times.
Pretty much everything was out of place. It was,
Was it typical Mary's house, though?
no.
Okay.
No, it was, I don't know, just gone through and restacked and whatever. It was just different, the whole thing. The kitchen was still a mess as far as dishes and stuff with boxes and clothes and stuff. But at the same time, I was bringing her stuff like that. I brought her bags of clothes and shoes and just a bunch of stuff like that. And I brought her a double-door refrigerator. Now, I was packing the house up, so I wasn't there the whole time when she was moving her stuff around and don't know who was moving around. She said, hey, I have got somebody that can help me. he can help me out, which I knew one guy that lives around the corner that maybe could come and help her. But he was there dropping off some wood one day, and I knew him. He takes care of some trailers over here, but
Did she appear to you when she told you, tried to get you to leave, did she appear that she was scared at the time, or how did she appear?
yeah, scared to me. She was scared, like out of her own ways and self, but then she seemed real worried about me. I was like, okay, I am out of here. She was like, you have to go. Okay, Mary, call me in a while and tell me what is going on.
Yeah, I don't believe
If you
in
need
sex
me,
after
I'm
marriage.
here.
Not with my husband. I mean, that's.
Call me and I will
you know,
come
it's
out, come get you.
Been there,
or
done that.
whatever.
All right, did she talk to you at all after that?
No.
That's probably why I
think,
don't have a husband
no,
anymore.
never heard from her. Do you want to continue on with that?
Yeah.
That was okay. No, I have never heard from her
Oh, good,
again
Kim.
after
I'm
that,
glad.
except for a message. I think I heard a message come over on text or messenger.
What did the message say?
This was after she
Kim, Winterlake's husband got Grubhub, so I suggest the same for you and your husband.
was arrested. So, and then how and why and what? I think I said something back. She said something, oh, I have got my ways and we are facing, I think something like that.
After she was arrested?
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Sorry. I have to stop
Okay,
for a
what-
second. I'm so glad you saw it, James. It's been on my mind to do it for a while, thanks to you, and I did it. So, and now we're actually watching Mary Rice's trial. We watched the interview with her done by the local news, and it's very interesting.
What is it? Text message?
Yeah. It was through like a Facebook message.
Facebook message?
Yeah.
Okay.
However, I didn't write nothing back. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't want to be part of it if it was something.
Right,
I see
Candace.
her mom bump into her and stuff.
Did you know Billy Boyette?
I knew him, and I wasn't real drank beer with him or hang out or nothing like that, but I knew him. A lot of people know him.
We're going to skip over the rest of this, the entire page 14 and the top line of page 15. Beginning again. Okay, did you know the folks that lived across the street from her?
Uh-huh.
Court reporter asked, no?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, did you know most of her family?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know all of them.
Had you ever seen Billy over at her house?
No.
You know a guy named Stubbs?
I know him,
Stubbs?
but I'm not friends or nothing like that. But yeah, I know
Listen.
him.
Was he friends with Mary?
If you know a guy named Stubbs, chances are very good that you should be incarcerated.
I don't
Just
know.
Okay, did you ever see him over at her house?
No. Now, I was there a lot right up to leading to this, and there
Adjust
wasn't
your
many
chat,
people there at
Margarita.
all, if any. There wasn't visitors popping up, and I was there for a minute. So when all of this started happening, she freaked me out.
You mentioned that she started working.
Yeah.
How long had she been working when you started helping her?
She was working from when I started, got reunited back with her to help her out. She was working all the time.
Okay.
At the Dollar General, I believe.
Do you know what her hours were?
I would pick her up sometime at closing. It would be 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and bring her home. And sometimes I just stay there and bring her to work, and then I would go on to work.
Okay, my understanding is from she lives, the dollar store is not far up the road, right?
Not far.
Okay.
but it was cold.
Gotcha. She had kids?
Yeah.
How many kids she got?
3 kids. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I believe she has 3.
Have you ever seen her kids?
A long time ago, when they were younger, she lived in a different area, and I believe her ex has got that house now or something. The one with the babies, daddy, or whatever.
Right.
Stubby's
I'm not sure how
not as
all
bad.
of that is working out.
It sounds like you knew her pretty well growing up with her. What type of, you mentioned she was tough?
Well,
Yeah.
that's her last name. It's not her nickname.
On the outside, she appeared to be tough?
Yeah.
I
Tell
assume.
us what she was like on the inside. Was she just as tough on the inside
No.
as she was on the outside?
No, she would drop anything, do anything for like me or anybody she cared about in a heartbeat.
Yeah?
She told me at one point I was about losing my house or whatever, and she is like, come on, come on. Well, I went over to see that. I was like, you are not going to live like this. I was going to help her out of that situation. I was like, here, I consider her family, grew up with her and her 2 brothers, and I just can't stand to see friends or family she is way cool with me.
My understanding is she had an affinity for pets. She used to take in pets.
Yeah, she had a snake there, which I was supposed to get. I never went back to that house or whatever, but she didn't have but 1 dog there, I guess. But before all of this happened, I hadn't seen her for about a year or 2.
When you started seeing her again, did she ever talk about Billy Boyette with you?
No, not once.
Do you know whether Mary wrote people in jail?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Actually, she wrote her brother a lot. She loves him, and that's somebody she would kill for.
Okay.
Terrell is her. I don't know her. I don't know. He has helped her out in the past some kind of way.
Terrell, who is that?
Her older brother,
Okay.
Terrell Rice.
All right. She keeps in touch with him?
Yeah, sends him money, makes sure he is all right, calls all the time. He would go visit her, or she would go visit him. I mean, they talked.
What about people she didn't really know in jail?
I guess there's a few people, but I didn't see her much really than her brother.
Okay.
Terrell.
All right. Getting back to the day when you were leaving, did she say anything to you when you left?
No, basically, I mean, she loved me, see you later, I'll call you, okay, love you, be careful if you need. I told her, call me.
Yeah.
And
And
just
when
before
she,
you left,
when
did you
she
try
says
and
it,
get by
when
her to
Mary
look to
says it,
see
it
if there
sounds
was
like Billy
something going
Boy.
on in the house?
No, I mean, she wasn't hiding nothing. I couldn't see that she was hiding anything. Her bedroom was right there. Do you know what I mean? The bedroom back there, if you want to call it bedrooms, I don't know.
Would there have been any place since you were staying in the kitchen, would there have been places you couldn't see from the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Her bathroom and 2 rooms, I believe, in the back of the house, where there is 1 room back there. There is a living room so packed full of stuff. I didn't know how anybody could even get into it.
When you were in the kitchen, was she cooking anything for dinner?
I can't remember. I want to say no, but I can't remember. I was bringing her food.
Hey, Stickman. What the hell is this now? No. We don't want this. Oh, this is Diane Downs, but we don't want that. Today's the 36-year anniversary that Betty Broderick murdered her husband. Oh, here's her brother. Yeah, this is Forever Wanda. She does.
I do. Sir, have a seat. Chair, pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. I'm gonna ask you to speak into the microphone loud enough so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, go ahead and give us your full name.
Joseph Randolph Craig.
Okay. Mr. Craig, are you the brother of Mary Rice?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with what was going on around the time frame of the murders in Milton?
I have a pretty good idea from what I've gathered from other people, the news, and
You heard about the murders in Milton?
yes, sir.
Okay. Down around that time frame, around the murders in Milton, did you have an occasion to become worried about Mary?
Somewhat, yes, sir. I had one of her friends text me that morning, asked me if I'd heard from her, that
I'm
she
sure it
might
will,
possibly be in
James Booth.
some kind of trouble.
Okay. Let me ask you, before going on with that further, did you start looking for Mary?
I tried calling her, texting her, and pretty much trying to get a hold of her in any way I could.
Were you able to reach her at all?
No, sir. Her phone just rang and rang, then went to voicemail. All the texts went unanswered, and I couldn't get away from work to be able to go by her place to check on her.
Was that unusual for Mary?
No, sir. Usually whenever I text her, within about 20, 30 minutes or so, she'd usually text me back.
So it was unusual for you not to be able to reach her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was Mary very active on
Thanks
the phone?
for everything, Dandy.
Yes, sir. The trailer she stayed in, inside, it was hard to get anybody to get a signal. But she'd take her phone outside every so often to catch up on text messages, missed calls, anything like that.
Okay. Now, how exhaustive was your search for her? What did you do?
After
Kim.
that day I learned everything that happened, I called just about everybody I knew, put a message up on Facebook to all my friends, pretty much tried everything in my power that I could to get a hold of anybody to give me any kind of information.
Okay. Now, did you know Billy Boyette?
I didn't know him very well, but yes, sir, I did know him.
Okay. And can you give us a
So this is
description
the
of
brother
how-
who told her,
of him
don't
as-
write
as
him
the- number one,
anymore.
how big was he?
Again.
How much did he weigh?
I'd probably say I know at least over 200.
Okay. And about how tall was he?
I really couldn't tell you that.
Okay. But he was over 200 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He was a big boy.
All right. During the whole
And a
time
bad
that she
boy.
was gone after those murders in Milton, did you receive any phone calls or texts or anything from her?
No, sir, and that worried me the most.
Okay. I understand that you and she during that time had just had a spat.
Yes, sir. It was more of just a. We were aggravated with each other, or I was aggravated with her at the time, and if she called me needing
Me
something,
too, bloodbath.
I'd go help her.
Drive
but
me
otherwise,
crazy.
I'd just pretty much try to stay away a little bit.
What do you do for a living?
But I
I
sympathize
work heavy equipment.
with him.
Okay. Is it true that Mary was fixing her house up?
Yes, sir. And that's one of the things I'd go over there and help her with.
Okay. So you helped her do some of the fix-ups over there?
Yes, sir. I helped her with electrical, plumbing, some carpentry. Pretty much if it needed to be done, me and any of her friends come over and try to help her out without having to call a contractor and spend all kinds of money.
Okay. Was she on her own over there at the trailer?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
Living by herself? Okay. do you know whether or not she took in other people in her trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, she'd always have a friend of hers over that needed a place to stay,
Here we go.
or if they were on hard times, they'd crash it or whatever. She was always helping somebody out.
Okay. I've got no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Jensen?
Prior to people alerting you about
Is
Mary,
James Booth still
when was
here?
the last time you had spoken to her, talked to her?
I think it was a couple days before.
Okay. Is it possible that it was a week to a week and a half before?
It very well could have been.
Okay. And you said that you met Billy Boyette. You actually met him over at Mary's house, did you not?
Yes, ma'am. I walked in at one point, and she had introduced me to him, and I recognized who he was. Said hi, but I was there for another reason.
Yes, sir.
So usually I'll come in. She'll
Listen.
introduce me to somebody, and I won't really pay attention to them. I'll deal with Mary what I have to do, and I'll try to get out of there because usually I'm in a hurry to get somewhere.
I understand. That was a really long answer. My question was, you've met Billy Boyette before, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was at Mary's home.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember when that was in relation to the Milton homicides?
Not at this time, ma'am.
Okay, if I showed you a copy of, well, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and if I showed you a copy of your deposition, pages 9 through 10, do you think that would help refresh your memory of when you saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Craig, if you'll just, you don't have to read it out loud, just read it to yourself, the bottom of page 9, up through page 10. I know it's been a while. Does that help refresh your memory as to the time frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was it that you,
I think that's
remember
what's called a
seeing
shirt
Billy
you
Boyette?
slept in last night.
It was a few days before all this started happening.
before the Milton murders?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you were talking about fixing Mary's house up. It was in pretty bad shape, would you agree?
It looked that way, but really it wasn't.
Okay, were there like holes in the floor? And
No, ma'am.
There weren't? Okay.
The only hole I knew of in the floor was in her room, but she had it covered to where nobody would fall through or anything else.
Yes, sir. And Mary's always trying to help people out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Had anyone who needed help, she would offer up her home, the little trailer in the back, whatever she could do.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said that she always had someone over there.
Most of the time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time frame, when you were concerned about your sister, and you were calling and calling and calling, if you had gotten a text or anything from her that she needed help, would you have called and helped her?
True, VC.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you have called the law?
People look like a mess here too. But in black.
I guess I would have to say it depended on the situation, how I could help her.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You knew that SWAT and the
Deep.
police came to her house, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I was down the road whenever they broke into her house.
Yes, sir. So they're obviously looking for.
Yes,
Boyette
Forever Wonder.
or
She
whoever.
is
Um,
also
you think it would
known
be a good
as
idea
Hugh
to call them if you had
Janus
information that could help her.
in the chat because she's hilarious.
If I had information that could help her, yes, ma'am. If I could have had a chance to get her away from him without her getting involved with the police,
Wow, Winter
I'd do it in
Lake.
a heartbeat.
Okay, I got you. That was my question. She's your sister.
I can't bel
She's your sister, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You love her.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't blame him. Enjoy your dinner. Night, night, termite.
And if she had reached out to you for help, you would have helped her however you could have.
Yes, ma'am.
I have one question for you, and I apologize. Mr. Craig, have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
2.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect? No redirect, Your Honor. Okay, sir, can this witness be excused? You can. Sir, you can step down to your now excused.
Okay.
Defense calls Tara Freeman. Previously testified, and she is still under oath, okay?
Ms. Capps, I have a couple more questions for you. When you went through the house, you mentioned that there was a crock pot that was still on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would have been, you were there when these photographs were taken back in February of 2013, or February 13th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to recognize that crock pot if you saw
Where's
it?
Addie? She's going to want to make a comment about
Yes.
this bra.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yeah, Winter, like it is. He's
That's
out of
it.
sorts, clearly.
So this is the crock pot that that you actually saw when you were going through the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
Just so we're clear, that picture was taken February 13th, 2017, correct?
I know it was taken in February. I'm not sure of exactly the date, but yes, it was taken in February.
No need.
Yes, it was.
This is
Yes.
a judgmental, no judgment zone, Addie.
This time the state of the defense was stipulated it was February 13th, 2017.
As long as we're not judging each other, we can say whatever we want.
Defendants didn't want to be admitted to evidence.
Nancy Grace. I don't know why I'm screaming.
Chair, pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can.
I was wondering where you were seeing Grace Jones, but
So that everybody can hear you, okay? All right, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Freeman, can you please give us your full name?
wait, we
for
saw
the
this
record?
one already.
Tara Christine Freeman.
Okay. And are you familiar with Mary Rice?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Mary Rice?
Half my life.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to a time frame sometime.
To obtain complete DNA profiles for each of those individuals.
Yes, I was, and I was able to use them as their standards.
Did you receive a sexual assault kit from Mary Rice?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did it include outer vaginal swabs and cervical swabs?
Yes.
And what were you able to determine from those swabs?
For the outer vaginal swab,
Okay, Addie, she's gone
the
now, so.
process that I talked about before, about taking an extraction or performing the extraction and then running it to see how much DNA is there. At that step for the
Or
outer
dental care.
vaginal swabs, the DNA estimate that came back was insufficient male detected, meaning a very, very
Me too.
low amount
This is
of male
forever
was
wonder.
detected.
I mean,
but
most
not
do.
enough where I would expect any kind of results if I ran it through the entire process. So analysis was stopped at that point on the outer vaginal swabs. In terms of the cervical swabs, went through
It's
extraction.
a fetching
then
blouse she's wearing.
quantitation. Then at that quantitation step, no male DNA was detected, so analysis was stopped at that step.
Did the kit also include rectal swabs?
Yes, it did.
And what were you able to determine from those swabs?
For the rectal swabs, when I looked, it ran through the entire process, and when I looked at the DNA profile, it was a mixture that was consistent with 2 people. So then I compared Mary Rice's DNA to this mixture and determined that she's an expected donor because I could see her DNA within this mixture.
Yeah, me
The
too. Good
next
question,
step was then
Margarita.
to compare William Boyett Jr.'s DNA to the mixture from the rectal swabs, and I concluded that he is included in the mixture as a possible contributor. So whenever I include someone into a mixture, I have to report a statistic. And the statistic is that the observed mixture on the rectal swabs is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Mary Rice and William Boyette Jr. than from Mary Rice and an unknown, unrelated individual.
I just want to chime in here that the reason she got these results is, as we know, and this is not nice of me, but because Mary Rice did say that she was sonicized. So
Just because there's foreign DNA on an anal swab, can you confirm or deny whether there was a sexual assault?
No, I cannot tell you if it's from a consensual act or if it's from rape. I can only tell you the DNA that is found on an item.
Did you also receive a buccal swab
too.
from Kayla Crocker?
the top.
Yes, I did.
Did you receive a buccal swab from Loretta Crocker?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to obtain complete
Forever.
DNA profiles for each of those
No.
individuals?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive some shoelace pieces?
Yes.
It's okay, Dandy. Mine started out that way.
Did you swab each of the pieces of the shoelaces?
Yes, there were 4 shoelace pieces, and each one of those I tested them for possible blood.
Oh,
and they all
interesting.
gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. Then I labeled those
Thank you, Addie.
shoelace pieces
That makes
A
sense.
through D, A, B, C, and D, and swabbed each one of those individually.
Okay. And what was your finding for each of those?
Yes, Kel, yeah.
Each of those pieces.
For shoelace piece D, when I looked at the DNA profile at the end, it looked like a mixture. I could assume that Kayla Crocker is a donor on the shoelace piece A, and then I looked to see what was left over DNA-wise. And what was left over is termed the foreign. And the foreign, there was very little information.
Sloppy
because of
thumbkin.
that, I cannot compare
Sounds
anyone to that
it's
foreign.
like something very
so
gross.
it's deemed not interpretable. The same thing was with shoelace piece B.
Dandy.
It was a mixture, assuming Kayla Crocker is a donor. There is foreign DNA information there, but too limited to use it, so it's not interpretable.
I don't miss that so
Shoelace
much.
piece C, again, mixture, assuming Kayla Crocker is a donor. There's foreign DNA there, but too limited
Probably
in nature
is.
to compare to anyone,
The
so
freakiest.
not interpretable. In terms of shoelace piece D, at the end, it looked like a mixture of 2 people. Again, I assumed Kayla Crocker was a donor, but this time I could tell that there was a single source, one person left in that profile, and that's termed a partial foreign DNA profile. So because I had that, then I was able to compare William Boyette Jr. to the foreign in the swabbing of the shoelace and concluded that he matches. And because I did a match, I report a statistic. So this statistic is a frequency of occurrence statistic that shows how common or uncommon a DNA profile is in the general population. So for
Hi,
the
Squirrel.
match of William Boyette Jr. to the swabbing of the shoelace,
Yeah, we
D,
all have some
the
reasonable doubt.
frequency occurrence of the foreign DNA profile for unrelated individuals is rare than
Yeah,
1
Dandy,
in
when she
730.
cries like this.
Did you receive a swab from interior door 2?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was your finding there?
My finding was that it was a mixture of at least 2 people. And sometimes with a mixture, I can see if there's one person who's contributing more DNA than another, and that term's a major. And in this case, I was able to determine that there was a major DNA profile, a major contributor to the interior door 2. And when I looked at Kayla Crocker,
She kind of reminds me of that woman who did the shooting in the Rust movie situation. Her name is escaping me. Kayla something, or you know who I mean.
there's DNA profile it matches.
Physically, a little
So
bit.
because I reported that as a match, I report a statistic, and the frequency of occurrence of the major DNA profile for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 in 700 billion. Now, if you talk in terms of major, then there needs to be minors. That's a person or people that's contributing less to the DNA profile.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin.
And in terms of the minors on the interior door, it was limited, not interpretable. There was some information there, but nothing I could use to compare anyone to.
And would it surprise you that that was Kayla Crocker's home if her DNA was on the interior door?
No, it would not.
Did you receive swabs from exterior door 1, exterior door 2, and interior door 3?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was your finding there?
All those swabbings had some DNA information in it, but it was limited, can't compare anybody, it's not interpretable. I do.
Ma'am, have a seat. Chair, pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Loud enough so that everybody can hear you. Ms. Jensen?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you state your name, please?
My name is Shannon Elliott.
Ms. Elliott, where are you employed?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, known as FDLE.
How long have you worked for FDLE?
I've worked for FDLE for over 10 years.
What are your specific duties there?
I am a DNA crime laboratory analyst. My job is to examine items of evidence
Oh,
in
yeah,
criminal
Addie.
investigations for
You're
the
right.
presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva. I also attempt to swab items of evidence for hammer. Then I attempt to develop DNA information. And if it is usable, I can then compare it to DNA of people involved in the case. I will write a report as to my findings and come to court to be the voice of the DNA data.
Can you scoot that microphone in front of you a little bit closer?
Sure, sorry.
That's okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational background, please?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology with a minor in mathematics, a Master's of Science in Teaching post-secondary, and a Doctorate of Biology Education.
Have you received any specialized education or training in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, I completed an over year-long training program with FDLE.
Okay. Do you have specialized training in the use of statistics to interpret the significance of a DNA test result?
Yes, I did.
She looks a lot like Alex Bornstein
That
and the one
training
from Rust.
encompassed doing readings, running practice
Hannah Gutierrez,
samples,
thank
and
you.
taking written
Read.
exams.
Look at you coming with all the names.
And before you actually
Hi,
do
Miss
DNA
Miss.
analysis on casework samples, are you required to complete the training?
Yes, I am.
Do you perform proficiency testing as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain that for the jury?
A proficiency test is a mock case that I will work like a normal case. It's provided by an external agency, in my case, CTS, Collaborative Testing Services. I will work it like I normally will, and then my supervisor will notify me of my results.
Can you
I
hear
take,
her okay?
2 proficiency tests per year, and I've never failed a proficiency test.
Have you personally performed the procedures involved in forensic DNA analysis?
Thank you.
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many samples have you worked?
I've worked over 6,000 samples.
And is it part of your job to compute statistics?
Yes, it is.
Okay. When do you compute statistics?
I compute statistics whenever there's what's called a match or an inclusion. A match means I look at the DNA profile and can tell that it's just from one person. And then if I compare it to the DNA of someone, if there's consistency between those, I will say that is a match. An inclusion means when I look at the DNA profile, there's at least 2 people in that profile. And then again, if I compare someone else and I can see that there's overlap, I will report it as an inclusion.
What type of statistics did you generate for this case?
I did 2 different types of statistics. The first one's called a frequency of occurrence, and that says how common or uncommon a DNA profile is in the general population. And then I also reported what's called a likelihood ratio. That is a way to compare 2 different scenarios. A simple example is that given the evidence, I'm going to compare that the person of interest is the source of that DNA versus an unknown, unrelated person as a source of that DNA.
Does computing
I had the same thought,
statistics require
Meowgarita.
Yes, it does.
What is that?
But he's
The database that
kind
I
of cute.
use
I
is
mean,
a validated database
you know,
form
hard to
that
believe that
NIST
anyone who
is
resembles
for National
Chud, but
Institute of Standards and Technology.
Are you familiar with that?
also he's got a
database?
job,
Yes, I
am. How
so
was it
there's
formed?
that.
It was formed by over 1,000 samples, blood samples, and buccal swab samples from
Oh, Dana Lynn. How many hours are you going for? No, he's not nearly as gross as Chud. He's a chin, for one thing. Oh, Miss, that's what I'm going to have for dinner tonight.
The missing person. And in this instance, we had to go back and reassess everything that was done at that point, which meant Detective Callahan and I going back to the family who would have been, at least in the reports, the last people to say that they had seen her. That includes.
I can't believe they don't have this
then
trial.
trying to identify where that person would be logically observed in, in the public space where that's covered by surveillance video. And in this instance, RTA buses, which she was known to ride to school. We had agents and officers obtaining video from those locations in order to build that timeline.
And were you successful in obtaining video from several different sources from the morning of January 26, 2017?
Yes, we were.
I don't know if we saw this or not. Let's see.
Had discussions with you about whether or not you should or should not testify, and been able to voice your opinions on that matter to your attorney. Is that correct? Yes. And has he explained to you the pros and cons about not testifying?
Miss, where are you?
Okay. He's told you what might be helpful and what might not be helpful about not testifying. Is that correct? Yes. Has he also explained to you the pros and cons about you testifying? Yes. And you understand that.
Oh, wow, this is Forever Wonder.
You would be able to take a witness stand.
Good.
You would be able to answer questions from your attorney. You understand that? Yes. And that will be in front of the jury. You understand that? Yes. You also understand that if you did elect to do that, the state would have the right to cross-examine you and they could ask questions of you. Do you understand that? Yes.
Yeah, Dana, that makes sense. I have gotten used to eating one meal a day lately. I mean, I used to do it all the time, but even though I am most hungry in the morning, but eventually you get used to it.
Okay. Do you read, write, and English language?
And it is kind of healthy.
Are you on any psychiatric medications at this time? Have you had any drugs or alcohol in the last 24 hours?
Hey, Karen.
Forced you not to
Good to see you.
or in this case? Do you understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is your decision? It's not a decision your attorney makes for you. Do you understand that? It's your decision not to testify in this case.
Yeah, I thought so too, Addie. I just looked at the time. I was like, oh.
Mr. Brooks, or Ms. Jensen, you want me to ask Ms. Rice? Maybe covered. Okay. All right. I'm going to find that she has knowingly, voluntarily waived her right to testify, and that her decision not to testify is because voluntarily made. And obviously, if tomorrow comes and she has a last minute change of mind, then just let me know. And if not, then I'm going to assume that she's not going to testify. So, but this time, I think she's said she's not going to testify, and I'll accept her. Okay. Members of the jury, the state is now resting its case. Let me go over a couple of things with you. truth of the matter is we have been very efficient in the presentation. And both attorneys have done an outstanding job in moving the case along. So for what we had scheduled today, we are done for today. We do have lunches for you. You can.
That you have to go through most of it, and what I gleaned from your conversation, it would
Hey,
state,
Colleen.
as you were going through the records that you had there, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounded like conversations between Mary, mostly, and Billy Boyette, and whatever relationship they might have had during that time. Would you agree?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay. You wouldn't dispute that Mary did in fact know Billy Boyette based upon what you've done in your investigation in tracking the records of Billy and Mary, correct? The phone records.
Correct, that's a fair statement, yes, sir.
But most of those records that you just read, almost all of them, were before that January 31st date when the Milton murders occurred, correct?
The vast majority of them, yes, sir.
Okay. And in all of the records that we just read here, there is no mention by either Mary or Billy of that January 31st date or anything happening, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the last part we just heard was Mary responding to people who appeared to be concerned about her, saying that I'm okay, be back Friday.
Correct.
Okay. No other reasons given or anything of that nature, correct?
Not that I found, no, sir.
Okay. And your knowledge of the January 31st date in the Emerald Sands was two women, one of them who was, at one time, Billy Boyette's girlfriend, Miss Greer, was murdered that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. These messages that happened before that January 31st date between she and Billy were also messages that appeared to be between maybe a boyfriend and a girlfriend, or maybe just acquaintances that knew each other well, if you might, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do any looking into messages between Billy Boyette and Alicia Greer prior to that time?
Oh, interesting,
I don't
Dana.
believe I personally did, not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay, you weren't asked to look at
I have
and
read that,
listen to
actually.
or read conversations that Alicia had with Billy Boyette, right?
Not that I recall.
There's
no, sir.
lead
But you
in
were aware
protein
that they were
shakes,
boyfriend
they're
and
saying
girlfriend.
now, so
Yes, I was aware
don't
of that.
drink them.
Okay. And were you aware they were boyfriend and girlfriend until Billy came into Mary's life?
I found indications of that later in my investigation. Yes.
Did you find any connection through the emails, text messages on Billy's phone that he had any conversations with Miss Moore, the other victim in Emerald Sands?
No, sir, I personally didn't go through Mr. Boyette's phone in detail.
Okay. Tell us again how you know it was Billy Boyette having these conversations with Mary Rice.
On Mary Rice's Facebook page, if you search for the phone number that is in the phone records associated with the name Billy, if you put that same phone number to her Facebook records, it comes up with a message from Billy Boyette to Mary Rice saying, call me with that number.
Okay. May I approach you? You may. Thank you. There were some photographs. I don't know if you have any of those.
These are the phone, that's the Facebook.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to be the Facebook. There was a photograph at the beginning of a fella that, this one here.
Yes, sir.
And let me identify it here. This is part of, I guess, composite. There is
Yeah,
248.
maybe a little never
composite
killed
there.
anyone, everything in
Photograph
moderation.
Here. Do you recognize that individual?
I don't
this is this
personally,
guy
I
again,
know
he's
the name just in
boring.
the context of the messages.
And what's the name of that person?
Joey Smith.
Okay, so that's not Billy Boyette in that photograph, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the other photographs were important basically to show that there was some kind of relationship between Billy and Mary, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation, did you find that Billy had relationships with other females as well?
Yes.
Females.
One of those that we know of is now deceased, correct?
Correct.
I don't think we've seen this one.
Firearm on it?
Yes, it does.
Could you please read that into the record?
Have we?
Sure. It is P as in Papa.
Papa.
920179.
And does it have a model type?
It does. It says High Point 380.
Thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Oh, that's what I was going to look for. Her interrogation.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you state your full name, please?
Dwayne Richard Johnson.
Will you spell your first name for us?
G-U-A-N-E.
All right. And where are you employed?
I'm employed by the United States Marshal Service.
Listen to me. We know that the baby's awake because Kayla's getting ready to go to work. She's got to go to work.
The baby is not moved or nothing. I seen a bunch of blankets and stuff there.
Where?
You know, in like this little
Okay,
crib
so
area.
this
Okay.
Like that, when we walked
this
through
is
right
her
there,
interrogation.
but I did not
Yes,
see the baby.
Danielle,
All
we're
right, so
hanging tough.
you saw the blankets and everything where the crib was.
Yes.
Okay, and that's where
It doesn't matter,
you
Kalia.
put
We're kind
it.
of all over the place.
Kayla,
Is this too loud?
correct?
No, when I walked out of that house,
It's a good source of
with
protein.
bags of stuff, she was in the kitchen.
Okay, then how did you see the blankets in the crib?
Because when I walked by to go out, okay, because it has a porch, then it has a room, then you come through.
Mercury is considered to be a superfood too.
Into the kitchen. There's a crib.
She does actually look pretty roughed up here.
So let me show you something real quick, okay?
Welcome to 8MC Investigations. If you are new here, we put out videos every week, so make sure you are subscribed. Check out our library. You're sure to find something that you've never seen before. And assault that like button if consistent true crime content is your kind of thing. For early access and lots of exclusive of Mary Rice. But first, let us have
And I was on top of them. We rode a little bit. It's penthouse.
Who's the friend?
Just yes.
Okay.
Yes. I live off of Cammy and stuff. And so he sent me a letter, said, hey, you know, since, you know, you write me and write my brother Terrell has been in prison for over a decade. So, and I basically stay at my house. So
Yeah, she seems very out of it.
You know.
How many kids you got?
I have three. There's a 16-year-old, 11-year-old, and a 10-year-old, 2 boys and a girl.
Yeah, Sarah speaks so strangely. Her sentences don't mean anything. But she's so pretentious.
And I worked hard all my life. Went to bad 10 years for us. But anyway, I even had a letter that, you know, they sent me from the jail. Hey, he seems like a good guy, you know, you want to write him. So I wrote him a couple times. Well, I talked to my brother on the phone one day, and, you know, from prison, and he said, quit writing him. You need to end ties with him. So I wrote, and I told him, you know, I can't, you know, I'm old to my brother, you know, it's my life. I've been there a long time, he knows people. And so, okay, well, tell him. Well, Billy got out, he kept trying to contact me and stuff and everything, but we really didn't have.
Did he try to contact you over the social media or by phone or?
Facebook, no. Okay, and him and I guess we're still hanging out with their friends. He comes over, down to where I stayed, came over with, breakfast. He was really nice. Man, I didn't know what to do in there in my house by myself, you know? So I let him in. I'm not trying to cause any conflicts or things.
Do you recall what day that was?
Just a couple of days prior to all this. I mean, literally, just a couple of days prior to all this.
Okay, when you, we have 3 separate incidents, so my incident was on the 31st.
Yes, it was still January.
It was January.
January is the last I remember it being the month of January. I didn't even know we were into February.
Okay. So a couple of days before the end of January?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the next thing I know,
Well, I think this whole thing started in February, so.
and he had some clothes or whatever, and he asked if I could wash them. You know, I said sure. There were like four pair of pants and like t-shirts or something. I said sure, you know, no problem. And so I washed them, you know, used the neighbor's dryer because my dryer's kind of messed up. I don't know if you see now, you know what? But, I folded them up, and they're still in my house actually right now. Folded a little thing. I mean, never got them. At the time,
Let me just interrupt you. You said he came to your house. Did he come in a car?
he had a red car.
A red car?
A red car.
Okay.
And then,
And every once in a
Yeah,
while,
Kelly, yeah, I agree. You and I are probably the closest to getting on her side as anyone else, but not all the way there.
Then we left, and then he came. Well, then he called me with some crazy stuff or whatever, and I was like, well, I didn't understand any of it, and started off the phone with him. I went to sleep, and then it was then like I don't know, I'd been asleep for a while. I'm not really sure what time it was, but it was still nighttime. And he come to bang on the door, and the door.
Yeah,
my
me
door
too.
is not
Yeah,
open
Rita,
door.
that's our problem.
And bang on it, and it's been open. And he came in, and he had.
I just don't totally not, like, I don't feel about her the way I almost always do with these things, where I'm like, oh, really, come on.
What kind of gun?
It was a small gun. I don't know.
You know the difference between a revolver and a semi? You know the old Western guns that have like a cylinder in it? Like
She's like, I just want to lie down. Leave me alone.
It was a very small gun. And he held it at me, and he told me to grab some things. And then I needed to leave. And I was like, why? Why do I have to leave? And he was like, no. And so I grabbed some things. My purse. And you guys see he went into the kitchen or something and got something that was wiping blood off of himself. And I just gathered a couple things and I didn't know. Just freaking out. I didn't know. I
Yeah,
just woke up. Got this gun in my face. And the next thing I know, we're getting into a vehicle, and it was not a red vehicle. It was this kind of bigger vehicle, dark color.
Like this is sedan or
Does it
van
sound
or
okay?
SUV?
SUV type thing.
Okay.
And
So a dark colored SUV. Do you remember, you recall what day that was?
I have no idea. No, I don't. I mean, he had me for so long. In the woods, out in the woods.
store and pointing guns at me. I know.
Oh, so when he comes in the black SUV,
He made me leave.
all right, where did you go from there?
And then we went riding, and he made me pay for stop and pay for some gas. And he hit the way he was positioned. He had the gun, and I know he could see me in the store. And he already had blood on his head. On his head.
So he made you go in and pay for the gas?
He kept saying it was an accident, it was an accident, it was an accident, and then he'd go quiet. And then he just had this like wild animal look to him. It was, I've never seen anything like it before in my life. He got worse as time progressed. He hit me a little bit before I went in there to pay for the gas. As we were going down the road to let me know how serious it is, I listened to him. I listened to him, I hear what he says, and I'll be fine. And then he gives me this, he makes this like little drink thing, I don't know what he puts in it. He makes me drink it and it knocks me out. Knocked out, and when I come to.
Where were you when you took this drink?
I wherever the store was where we got gas.
No, you're from Milton, right?
Yeah.
Were you still in Milton at that time, or had you left the city of Milton?
Yes, we were already gone from Milton.
Okay, are you familiar with Pensacola at all?
It wasn't even Pensacola, I want to say it was Blue Crestfield, like out that way. I mean.
Okay, so you're up in Okaloosa County somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do in
And I believe we
Okaloosa County?
go farther down south, because I remember, he kept me plugged in and out, and we stopped at a couple of motels. They made me go in there.
You mentioned Crestfield. Did you stop at any stores in Crestfield?
I'm having a hard time remembering.
Take your time. Take your time.
We stopped at, see. I don't believe at that time. I know we stopped back, on the way back. On the way back, we stopped, and he made me go into a Walmart and a gun place.
Okay. Well, let's stay with Walmart. What did you get at Walmart?
Ammunition. 38.
Okay. How much?
Two boxes.
Okay.
He wasn't happy with that.
Did he stay out in the car?
No, he was in Walmart. They paid me all kinds of stuff. He was there until I knew he was close.
Okay.
He was watching me, and he was listening.
How did you pay for the ammunition?
He gave us money.
He gave you money.
He gave me money.
Did you buy anything else while you were at Walmart?
He told me a tent. Call it a tent.
A tent? Okay.
Yes.
Anything else? If you recall. Okay. And you said this was on the way back from going south somewhere?
Yeah, it was. I remember getting out of town, and I remember he hit me with a gun right here. This is the oldest one. He cut my hand.
What did he cut your hand with?
With a knife.
Okay.
The black knife.
What did he hit you here in the head with?
The end of that small gun, he hit me in the hand above it. I went back to sleep. He kept giving me these concoctions, putting me to sleep. He kept drugging me. And I would get up, I'd be groggy, not knowing what it was going, and he had me do things. Like, go do this, go do this. I know So we changed cars.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's not go that far. Let's stay, where are we? You said you went to someplace else in Crestview?
Yes.
Where else did you go in Crestview?
There's another, little ammunition place.
Another ammunition place?
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
was
Margarita.
a really nice lady that worked there.
Okay.
And he was outside the door of it. He was actually walking on the way to the door. And when I come out, he hit the corner and got to the vehicle before I could really have the gun on. Had the gun on, full time.
What did you buy in that store?
And more ammunition. These were 38 long. Whatever the difference in those things are, I don't know.
Did you buy anything else there?
Oh yeah, some round thing.
Was it for holding ammunition?
I guess.
Okay.
And he made me go back in and buy another one.
Was that a gun store or a pawn shop?
It was a gun store.
It was a gun store. Was it near the Walmart?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know, Danielle.
So after you went to those two stores, where did you go?
This goes without saying. I believe her more than I believe Sarah, which now that that's the backdrop we have, I believe almost everyone more. But she is definitely more believable. I mean, the crimes that she was accompanying this guy for were heinous. But she is at times believable. And she doesn't ask if she can curse, and she doesn't curse. Not that I would mind. But.
We drove all around. I remember I was so tired. I was scared. We went through, I remember a toll. We went through a toll. I want to say it was, I don't know, sorry, Port Walton, Destin, somewhere.
Trifled with.
Over that way.
Jesus, this guy's disgusting.
We went through it, he was mad.
Was it a toll on a highway or a toll going over a bridge?
I'm not sure.
I think he victimizes everyone.
Memorial, that thing,
and just needed someone along for the ride.
So,
was it Defuniak Springs?
So I really don't know. I think this, Port Walton is what.
So you actually stopped it? You actually stopped to pay the toll?
He did.
Okay.
He was, then he was mad. And then he was hitting on me again. Saying it was all my fault. We were on camera.
What was your fault, dude?
Oh, all this is my fault. Is what he kept telling me. He kept telling me he was going to kill my kids. All he had to do was make a phone call. He was going to kill me. If I didn't do what he said.
They never have tissues. This guy's got a roll of toilet paper with him. Healthcare is disgraceful.
Take a deep breath. You're all right now. Just take a deep breath.
He was serious. He was serious. He's serious. He's a monster. He's serious about everything he says. Everything he says, he's serious.
When he was threatening
Yeah,
you, did
that's
he
how
ever
I feel too, Margarita. I mean, she could just be upset also because, she's busted.
He didn't really have a
But
lot to say hardly ever. I said, Vernon, you put the gun at me, and he'd be like, I'm gonna kill you. I'll kill you.
yeah, she's definitely crying.
Kill you. I'll pay for him. I'll pay for him.
Where do you think you went from after you left the Okaloosa area?
We went, let's see. gets in between drug dealings too.
To the best of your ability, we know that this is hard on you.
Right, Dandy.
We stayed in the woods somewhere. On the outskirts.
They did?
I want to say Alabama way.
Disgraceful.
Because he was arguing with somebody on the phone. And then he threw his phone.
Meanwhile, he's coughing and sneezing and ugh.
But,
That's insane.
He checked all my stuff. Had it strode everywhere. Until he was in the woods, tried me again.
When you say he was arguing on the phone, what was he saying?
He was just, he's got that accent, and he's just, I'm just coming to, from whatever this stuff is. They'll be able to tell you what he was giving me out. I don't know,
Was he talking to a female or a male, or do you know?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. He was yelling. He kept saying, someone forced me to do it. It's an accident. So.
Now, at this point, when you're staying in the woods,
I mean, this guy should have called in sick
were
today.
you guys still in the SUV, the black SUV, the darker SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I remember it was early morning on fog. I was still nodding off, trying to wake up. I look around, and he had me locked in the car. He had keys. He was outside facing. And that was it.
Dandy, I heard that Canada just laid off like 40,000 government workers.
Story comes in there, and it's gonna face it. He says,
Yes, this is Milton, Miss.
Because I gotta get another ride. I gotta get another ride. I no longer do another ride. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. He just hit me home, wham. Hand across the face. He bites. He bites. He bites.
Where did he bite you?
On my hand.
Yeah, squirrel. That's what I think.
Anywhere else?
His teeth mark. He
Are you too, Bloodbath?
In spots. He's hit me. My chest is real bad. It's still bruised. It's sad. I've had problems breathing for days and days.
Exactly.
Let's go back here in your early morning hours, and he's talking about getting another ride.
Yes.
What happens then?
He drives down this little spot. It's like he'd already scoped this thing out or something.
Yeah, she has a very vulnerable quality to
I
her.
don't know, he comes back with white car. He was gone like 5 minutes. It wasn't.
So he goes off with the dark SUV and comes back with a white car?
Yes.
Where did he leave you?
He left me duct taped to a tree. And then he makes me, he has somebody with him. They have a gun on me, they're in the back. I didn't even get a glimpse of who they were or anything. I know they're laying on in the floor, they got to go to my side. I had to follow him in his white car to a parking area. There's water on this side, so I don't know. Far out at Alabama, Lily Highway.
Did you cross a bridge?
I've been little bridges.
Okay. Which car were you driving?
I had to drive the black one. He was in a white one. When we got the black one, the other person stayed with it.
Squirrel, we watched an interview with her, which I think is really interesting in the beginning of this.
Yeah. Was that something that he did really quick?
It's true, James Booth. That's the thing. I was asking if you were around. Sorry, let me just pause this for a second. I was asking if you were around, but I guess you weren't. I was wondering, James, what you think if she, you know, I mean, she obviously was accompanying him, but she does come off as at least a sympathetic character. Yeah, she claims that she had been drugged by him. No, the way she got with him is kind of murky. They weren't a couple. He actually had a girlfriend. Not that, I mean, I'm not saying he's not the type to cheat, but they were not together. He had a girlfriend who had recently broken up with him. She got out of the hospital after he handed a beatdown to her, and she was hiding from him in a motel room with a friend of hers, and he murdered her and her friend before going to pick up rice. Hi, seriously. We don't think she's very sober. She claims to have been drugged for several days. Well, yeah, Boyette has an extensive rap sheet. I have it on here. I can read it. Let me see. Somewhere here. Yeah, here we go. So we have a few aggravated battery, several aggravated battery, one kidnap, false imprisonment, one obstructing justice. He kept being released, because a lot of times the women would be too scared of him, or they were criminals themselves. Probation violation, battery. That seems to be the gist. Yeah.
And he was like, if you don't grab that, it's gonna be your ass. All I have to do is make a phone call, everybody's dead. And he knows, look, he could have done it. He knows where my kids were, addresses, people's names.
I mean, my feeling is I don't think she made the best choices in general. But considering that she's been found guilty, which I get, and I get why, she is not, like I keep saying, we are used to seeing much less believable characters. I mean, she seems to be putting in the work. She seems very committed to her case, which you don't really see in the Letitia Stauks, because they have nothing. They don't have paperwork. They can't. It's always kind of like, I can't tell you what happened, or these vague things. And she seems to be at least have a cohesive argument together. Also, this is more interesting if we keep an open mind. It's true.
take a deep breath. Bleed. Where did this other guy?
And she did lie.
Where did he come from?
She lied. She said there was a third party there, but eventually, I think it happens here. They discuss it.
I don't know, and I've never seen him after.
When he left, when you're saying he taped you to the tree, and when he left with the black car, was he by himself when he left?
Yes. Yes, he was. Yes.
And how long do you think he was gone before he came back to where you were?
It wasn't, to me, it wasn't that long. It wasn't that long. Probably maybe long enough to chew cigarettes or something. So, and I had to get in the car and drive.
When do you think, when you got into the car to drive, what's the first thing you remember when you started driving?
The gun in his side.
Okay, what about it?
I'm trying to figure out.
I understand that. So you're driving and you got a person holding a gun to you, correct?
Yes, behind me.
Alright, but you're also probably focusing on the road.
Right.
What are you seeing at that time?
Him in front of me, kids, running hours, kids, buses, seeing the
I don't know if
church.
Kellya is here, but I'd like to get her take on this too.
I remember going left. I remember Chris telling me, he's gonna kill you in the end, he's gonna kill you.
I'll be right back. If I can get out of here.
And that's when you pulled into a parking lot, you said? And he had you by the hair and had you go into the white car. Okay, what do you do?
Well, at first he had me grab some stuff and throw it in there. The door, whatever, wouldn't open it, and that's when he hit me, and he's like, go get, and then he goes, no, never mind, and he grabs me and puts me in the white car. And then he grabs the rest of whatever it was that he needed to grab, and I'm in the white car, and he's got his door open, and everything else locked, all that. And he just leaves the other vehicle with the guy or whatever.
Okay, what do you remember next?
I remember Dollar General. I remember he needed some clothes. But he needed phones. Remember I had to go into Dollar General and get phones, and I had to get clothes. And he could see me to the door where he's parked. I could see him, he could see me. He was like, I swear, if you make any moves, I'm coming in, I'm shooting everybody in there, shooting you, shooting them, everything.
What kind of clothes did you buy?
Sweatpants.
Okay, so were those for him or were those for you?
For both of us, because he wanted me to change too.
So did you buy a couple pairs of sweatpants or just one?
I just bought one pair of sweatpants. Yeah, one pair for
This
me.
guy's kind of nosy.
And shirt.
No, definitely.
Socks.
Definitely better than Sarah. And I don't feel that she's lying. That's not to say that she's not, to a certain degree, but it was terror to a certain degree.
It's such a horrible person.
Take a deep breath.
Only by God's grace am I sitting here today.
How long did you have the white car after that?
Not long.
A day, 2 days?
Maybe two. Two, maybe three.
What happened to that car?
We stayed in a hotel and maybe dyed my hair. He dyed it for me, actually. He bathed me.
What hotel did you guys stay in?
I don't know. I have my purse, so I did keep the key to that motel.
Do you remember about where it was at or what was around that hotel?
Exactly, James. It's very tough to
Down in,
set to.
in,
Usually,
in,
even though I like to think that someone's being honest, I usually have no choice but to
So you guys drove the white car?
just accept the fact that they're not, and then I start to hate them, of course, because they're horrible people.
Again?
I just don't get the sense from her that she's got any like like a sadistic or nasty disposition, you know, or
87 though, we did not go down 87 at all, so I don't know how we made it back there. It was a little Arabic store, a hotel that had a little, the Indian people in it, or what?
Mary, let me ask you something. When you guys left the parking lot over there in the white car, did you go back into Pensacola, or did you go back towards Alabama? Just straight there?
Yeah, and then we got
Right.
to the hotel, we wasn't there that long. I mean, he bathed me, got my hair, he got bath. Made sure that I stayed right there with him in the bathroom. He was in the shower in the bathroom, I was in the shower in the bathroom. Vice versa, I was in the bathroom. I wasn't allowed to be alone. If so, he was right there watching me, he had a weapon on me if I was not right there with him.
Did he have a weapon in the bathroom with you guys when he was in the shower?
Oh, yeah.
Where was that weapon at?
They never left his side, never. I mean, he was.
Hey, Route Irish.
Right there.
When you say they never left his side, do you have
Yeah.
Was it the smaller guns or was it the bigger guns?
Yeah,
What was it?
no, we went and got the bigger gun. He had me call this guy in a shopper. He had me call a guy. And right down directions. I know it was Mobile area. I remember Mobile because I wrote them down. But he snatched the paper as soon as I wrote the directions down. And because he said he's the driver. He snatched it. He needed those directions.
Were they on like a piece of notebook paper or a receipt or what?
Something like that.
Something like that there? Okay.
And he got them. We went way, I remember, way out past, it was like out past Mobile, like through the tunnel and go, and it was woods like, country, area. And he drove up to his plate, he had me call this guy, make sure I'm to the right place. I had to come out and he made me go up there. He got a gun on me, of course, and he hit me before I even got out of the car. And I'm so tired of him pulling them guns on me and hitting me. So tired of it. I didn't deserve it. I'm a good person.
Tell me about the guy you met out there in the woods.
He was real nice. He showed me how to flip open things.
I know, Kel, yeah.
Gun. Just a gun. It's a big gun. It's big. I mean,
This is a white guy and a black guy.
No, he was white. He was white. He was just somebody that, trying to make his rent. That's why he said whatever. I know he honked the horn. Something I need to get back, or else, basically we was gonna get.
How much did you pay for the gun?
It was like $400, and And then he hits me upside the head again. He makes me drink this shit. And I don't remember anything for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours after that.
What's the first thing you do remember?
I remember waking up and we're in the woods again.
Exactly, V. Lopez. That's exactly how I feel.
And it's still dark. We're heading.
It is, right, Bloodbath? That's because it's only the sexy people. I calls them like I sees them.
You giving me this shit, make me sleep, you know? I mean, what the fuck does he want me to do? And we're on the interstate. I'm there. And I'm still nodding out. And that, and I guess that's all fine with him until he gets flat tire. He gets flat tire.
Was that on the interstate?
Yeah, on the interstate, on the side of the interstate, pulled over. Drags me out the car, makes me hold the thing, and I'm thinking to myself, man, if I just drop this thing on him, and then here comes the gun, and he shoots the tire out of the thing because he couldn't unscrew it. So he shoots it out, so rigged again, now he's got a gun back in hand.
She seems totally different, like she's so messed up here.
So if I was gonna go upside my head or a bullet in my brain. Well, he doesn't have a thing to.
Glove wrench? Jack handle?
Yeah.
You couldn't change the tire out?
He couldn't change the tire. So he drags me halfway across the interstate right there.
That's why I say Sarah Boone's gonna live forever.
Hit him and he brought me back and threw me in the car and took off with the flat tire. Left the spare tire, everything sit there, So we go around the curve, and he slams it into this big pile of trees and stuff, off the interstate. I recognize the area, because of the big, it's kind of like Beulah or what, area of Anama. And that I used to sell shrimp, with my ex-mother-in-law. And we used to, that was our exit back. Yes. That was our exit back from getting shrimp from Wild Basher. So I remember that exit. And, anyway, he ends up, we have to leave the car. He's got a gun to me. We have to stay outside of vehicles. And I'm in these boots. And I'm so groggy from this medicine they keeps giving me. I'm walking.
You guys, I'm sorry, are you guys walking on the side of the road back here or in the woods?
Well, it's in between the woods and houses, little subdivisions.
Okay, Meowgie, thanks for joining us.
The Federal Bank or whatever, huge.
Navy Federal?
Huge, it's huge.
Yeah, that Navy Federal complex they built right there.
Yeah, so we're in between, we find this empty one. Let's warm up for a second and they have to get mud off of the shoes,
Empty what, a house?
A house. They had lights on, but nobody was in there. It was brand new. Wash the stuff off of his shoes. He had to use the bathroom, but I'm right there, I can't get out the site. They won't let me out the site. I made some because his shoes are wet.
Did y'all went inside of the house
inside the house.
How'd you get into
The
the
door was
house?
unlocked.
Okay, so just,
The door, he just checked in, it was unlocked. It was
Just walked
locked
right
and it
in.
was warm. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It was a real nice subdivision. He kept on talking about getting another vehicle, getting another vehicle, getting another vehicle. He kept looking around at these people's houses and stuff, and
Hard eyes.
yeah, this is gonna be cute, you know. They gonna save me now, cause this is my gay community, you know. You ain't gonna get out here and get one. Well, I guess I said that out loud. He didn't think that was cute. So, yeah, he commenced to getting me so my chest and stuff again. Hitting on me. He said, you think this is funny? You think this is funny? You know, I'm just praying. Just God, man. If it's gonna happen, just know I can't take too many more blows. You know, I'm already hacking up blood, you know.
Mary, did you guys stay the night in that house?
No, we didn't. No. We went
What
farther
was the
on down through the woods.
Say again?
And we went farther on down through the woods.
What was the significance of him washing the mud off of his feet?
He had this thing about his feet. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is not days later. I mean, I know they
You know, 5 feet. I don't know.
they took her
We're funny about it.
they took her directly to the hospital, and then I don't know, I think it may have been the same day that they, maybe not. I mean, she's in jail clothes, so I guess they brought her there first. But this, to me, how much later can it be? I mean, you can tell she's still fucked up.
I don't know if it's something from prison or childhood or he's real funny about it.
So you guys didn't spend the night?
Yeah, I agree.
You finally moved out of that
We
house?
leave out of the house and we go.
I also would love it if these people who end up turning the gun on themselves ultimately would just skip all the middlemen and just do that.
I gotta go on down on the way, and then we find this long dirt road. No, it's not dirt; it's paved. But it's a dirt road that connects to the paved road because we're like half in the woods and half out of the woods. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a little trail. You know, there was some trailers, whatever, and then you know, but it's a little bit of woods in the front and this little trail. Yeah, it's real muddy.
What rhymes?
I got my boots stuck.
Am I a poet and I didn't know
Of
it?
course, you know, he helps me out of that, you know, from head and arms, snatching on me. Well, then to the left, he sees this chain, this real big chain. And he's like, well, he said, come on. And pulls me over it. Go down this.
Yeah, mine too,
long
Sharon.
driveway.
Were you guys carrying anything, or were you just empty-handed?
He was carrying a book bag.
He probably didn't want to take a chance, Kelly.
Just like,
Yeah, she has cigarette burns down her arms.
person in the back in that rifle.
This was all the stuff you got out of the white car? Okay.
And that rifle was wrapped up in blankets. And he kept taking it from me. It had no ammunition, he couldn't use it anyway. Or he'd be like, here, you, and then it was more for a while, and then me. You know, he'd take it back. You know, like I was going to do something to him.
I don't think we can see them on this. I mean, the picture is always so bad in these things. I mean, otherwise we would have been able to see all Sarah's facial expressions.
So you crossed that big chain.
Crossed the big chain.
She's got
Went into
bandages.
this place. It's abandoned. Looks like it's been worked on. House. The basement. I remember the basement. Kept me in the basement for days.
Oh, hard eyes, delete your archives. Right.
It's dark. No food. No food whatsoever. And it eat the whole time. No food. No food. I had no food. I don't know if he would leave and come back. What happened? But he made me.
Yeah, that's the better way to do it. Oh, Dandy.
He right me there. He I'm down. I'm going down. You better pay for it. This spice stuff, he had me rolling spice all the time. So my fingers were locking up. And that's where the cut on my hand came from first. Because I couldn't really roll real good, you know. I mean, learn how to real quick. Learn how to real quick.
Was he using the spice?
Yes, he was. Yes. I do not, but I don't do too much, you know, but so, like I said, the concoctions that he's given me, everything else, you know.
I believe that, you see.
Just trying to stay alive. Trying to get back.
I also, once again, believe it because, I mean, she doesn't claim that she never does drugs. I mean, it would probably be futile. But because he does spice, which is known to make you crazy and does not show up in toxicology reports, it makes sense that he would not show anything and she would. Even if she was just, listen, if I was being held captive by this guy, I would probably snort anything I could find. Just saying.
No babies, I think I'm never gonna have to see again in my life.
Well, Mary, you go over this chain and you find this little house that's got a basement. And he kept you in that basement.
Yes, he did.
For days.
I know it was days, I know it was.
Okay.
I know it was.
And then what happened after that?
You know, I guess he had kind of charted it out or something.
Oh, yeah?
Get the blankets that I had and fold them up, put them in a bag. He handed me an empty gun to hold on to. He had two.
Yeah.
Then
Well, apparently she didn't have a great attorney, and it doesn't sound like she did.
that we had purchased.
The rifle.
Right, had to be wrapped up in the blankets. And we made sure that I had something to carry it and water. Water, you said, you know, because I hadn't ate. You wanted to keep me hydrated at least. And for not doing what I was told. I didn't do what I was told. So it was money. And I don't know what I didn't do, but anyway, so we ended up out in the woods. We camped out in the woods, and all the damn shit. Where I'm asleep, when I wake up, he has me stumbling around.
Yes, he is. He has a Wade Wilson vibe, James. Right? I mean, he's that guy.
I feel like he's fighting humans, you know.
Just vicious, like, and on drugs, and. But the thing is that she wasn't his girlfriend. I mean, up until right before they left together, she was home. So I think it's a little bit different.
How did you know that?
If you haven't, been spending the day with someone before they decide to. What an animal he is! I was so angry that he was getting so much attention.
You know, it comes to and he's over me, you know, he's hitting me in my face. Get up, go. You know, that's how he's waking me up. Or else I would stay there and slept some more, you know. But forces me to get up, forces me to get up. He's done, I guess, while I was asleep, I guess he's done stalk this place out. We walk a little ways, come down this little dirt road, There's a place that sits long ways. Okay.
I can't find her trial, not the whole thing.
Anyway, so are you coming? It makes me cross. It makes me go around the trailer. This girl's already, I know it was a girl because I heard her, yell or what later. Car was started. And it's all, find out it's all banged up later. That's why I couldn't get out. He throws me in there, okay, he takes the keys, follows her inside. I hear a gunshot.
So, was she outside when you guys first got there?
I know.
It
was like she started the car and went inside.
Okay. But you said he followed her inside.
Yes.
I mean, did you see her go into the house?
I didn't. No.
Okay.
I didn't. But I heard a woman.
Okay, what else did you hear? What did you hear? How do you know it's a woman? What did you hear?
I heard I have to go to work.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom. I have to go to work with my mom.
Something about her mother?
Yeah.
Couldn't make legal verbal objections.
Yeah, these freaking doors. You know, he said shot me in the back of this vehicle, and I got these blankets, you know, that I'm carrying with this weapon in it and everything.
Oh, are you talking about Karen Reed's trial?
And from the back, you know, and I'm trying to maneuver my way to get to the front to see if I can get out the front. Then I heard a gunshot go off, and out in the car he is, and started it up and we're gone.
How do you know it's a gunshot, right?
Because it sounds like a woman.
Okay. Just one?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Might have been two, but I heard one.
that's okay. So after you hear what you think's a gunshot, then
He's out the door.
he comes running out of the house. What's he wearing?
His sweatpants, and camouflage shirt that got him.
A camouflage shirt?
First time he probably didn't wear a tank top. That man was always in a tank top.
Is he getting into the car or?
Yeah, he gets in the car, we get gas.
Yeah.
They stopped by Hardee's.
Where did you go get gas?
A 9 mile. 9 mile. Okay.
Let's talk about that. Just
Pine Forest.
Pine Forest Road?
Hey, LTB.
Let's talk about that for a second.
I'm not sure if it was a Shell or Tom Thumb, but I know there's a Hardee's right next door.
Okay.
Right next door, because we got breakfast. He let me eat. I couldn't eat at all because my stomach is strained. I got hit for that too because I didn't eat. It bit me. He threw lighters across the room at me when we got to this hotel. We went from there. He made me get Atlas.
Mary, slow down just a second, okay?
Okay.
Let's go back to the gas station where you got
I guess
the
they
gas
try to
under
get
the-
her before she forgets everything.
He said, don't you fuck up, go in there and get an Atlas. And,
Yeah, those were his verbal
and he paid for 20
objections.
minutes. And he get out, and he said, I'm circling around, I'm going, I've got these guns pointed on me, they're loaded,
Hi, Lisa
I've
M.
got some speed loader or something, where it doesn't matter, he's gonna kill us, if I don't hurry the fuck up, the people.
Trying my best, Judge.
That's just all there is to it. He repositions the car.
How did you get out of the vehicle?
He allowed me out of the vehicle.
Did he come out and open the door for you?
No, he just crossed me.
Okay.
And I was
And Kranick was so nice to him. Kranick really kept that trial going from the get, because he would let him take a sidebar instead of just embarrassing himself all over the place. You know.
vehicle. And so and I got a cigarette in my hand. Getting up there. He keeps me in these hills. Okay, so it's real hard for me, to really run. Okay, because I got these boots on in the hills. They're still in the back of that white car, and you can see just what they've been through. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. My reward. Whenever we got to before this hotel that we were at, I got me a pair of new tennis shoes. That was my reward for all that.
So he
He did
lets
other
you out of
stuff.
the car at the gas station, and what do you do?
I go in there, and I get an atlas and tampons.
Yeah, I don't think, like someone else was saying, I don't think he was in the courthrooom a lot. It shows.
You know what I'm saying? And
That's what Tony Henderson was there for, and he also was
say,
great.
I see him, see him with the window.
Is he facing you?
He's you can see him in the back window of it or what, I can see him.
Was the car facing away from you or facing
It
you?
was facing away from me.
Okay.
Okay. And I come out, and he's still out it running, and there's a guy over here throwing trash away. I notice, and I'm looking, I'm thinking, grabbing these shoes. I can't go nowhere. I can't get away from this man.
Did you? Who pumped the gas?
You can make a phone call. My babies would have been dead.
Calm down just a little bit.
Take a minute, take a deep breath.
Dan and I are a great team.
Who pumped the gas, huh?
I did.
You did?
I had to.
I'm glad to have you here, Lisa Ann.
You made me pump the gas. We went to Hardee's. He got me some food.
Carolina, so glad to have you back. I hope it went well.
Then you go straight across.
I also, hang on, sorry.
The interstate right there?
I did reset the settings. They should be a lot easier to deal with. Dan hasn't complained, but, he's Canadian, so who knows. So, Carolina, you can tell me if there's any issues.
Yeah. And we head on out. We stopped a couple places for gas. That was it.
Where did you go when you say you headed out? You just got on the interstate and started driving?
Yeah. He had the atlas thing, the map. I guess he's been to where he took me to the hotel out here.
Did he draw it out on the map of how he was going to go?
He had different squiggly lines. He made me give him some. I had some little markers, like for like comic book thing or whatever. stuff I do with kids, you know what I mean? But I already had some stuff. It was all, he made me give him, he was charting out where he's gonna go, and then he was having me call, you know, but as we come in certain towns or what, he wasn't sedating me as heavy, you know, because I was having to pay attention to that math thing to help him to get through all that, where he could go and get gone.
You were the navigator.
I guess. He already had it all lined out.
Do you know where he planned on actually just ending up at?
No, I don't. I'm telling you, he didn't really talk a whole lot. He didn't tell me everything was my fault.
Yeah, B. Lopez.
It was like night and day. It was like he'd have ice belly, and then you'd have
Okay, Dandy.
Jekyll and Hyde, for real.
You know, you were great the whole time, Dandy. Better than I could do.
It's in my whole day.
Were you on the main highway majority of the time, or like smaller roads?
Small roads, little towns.
Yeah, and even this case, this trial, which is in those parts, it is a little more casual, it seems. I mean, it's not, you know.
Yeah, watching them.
Did Billy ever cut his hair or anything like that? Cut his beard or anything, or?
No.
Right, James Booth.
You mentioned he had two guns other than the long rifle that he put. What was he?
Two small, the small ones that he had.
I mean, it's too bad Owens wastes his time on bitches like Sarah Boone when, you know.
Were they similar, or?
I mean, not that he's a great attorney, but he would have, at least he's,
See, I messed up on ammunition or whatever. I don't know the difference, you know what I mean? I don't. I did.
yeah, Miss, you can.
The 38 caliber was the only type of ammunition you had to buy?
Yeah. He already had some for whatever other one he had. He had clips that went in it.
Oh, so that was like a semi-automatic weapon that would take a magazine and a handle?
Yeah, something like that. And it was bigger than the little cowboy. But he had two of the cowboy ones. And then he had.
So he had 3 handguns?
Three handguns.
When you first started and you got in that dark SUV, did you ever go over, because you're familiar with Santa Rosa, did you ever go over to the Emerald Sands Inn?
The Emerald Sands Inn, I believe, is where he murdered
A little bit of it on
the girlfriend and her friend.
you know, as his food.
The girlfriend had 2 or 3 children also, of course.
Quickly changed the channel.
Let me ask you something. To your knowledge, did the incident at the Emerald Sands Inn, did that happen before he picked you up?
Yeah, this is Forever Wandered.
To
Possibly.
my knowledge.
That's what she
That's
says.
probably where the blood came from.
That's what she said.
And that's probably what he was freaking out about, saying it was an accident, it was an accident, it was an accident, it was an accident.
Accident that he got hurt, or an accident he did something
I have
else?
no idea, he just said it was an accident. He just said it over and over, it was an accident, it was an accident, it was an accident. And, you know, but I'm not asking him.
Hi, ex-Derek.
Have y'all seen my
That's right.
extras and stuff?
That's what I'm doing.
Let me ask you.
It's good to see you.
Okay. Brett, let me ask you, how many times did you hear a gunshot? Because you said something that really sticks out to me, because I wrote it down. You said, I started to feel like he was hunting people.
I did.
That to me means, I just feel like, I think there's something else you're exposed to that you're not letting go with me here. And I know, and I think it's around the time with the black car and the white car. Am I right?
How did you get on, you know?
Because you also explain parts of that.
Another person.
Right, well, you explain parts of that as you remember kids, you remember a church, you remember a stop sign, you remember turning left, and you remember a traffic light.
Yes.
The person with the gun, was that Billy? Listen to me. Was that Billy? Because I think...
Yeah, Sharon, and or Miss is the one who said it. That's also, Owens had been in trouble with Tony Henderson, although Tony Henderson, well, they've both been in trouble for some pretty dastardly gross deeds. So there's a lot going on there. You probably know better than I do because I've never been there, and I don't, I mean, I just found out about Milton, Florida, when I met James Owens, Esquire, and also ex-Derek, just the dog of dogs. That's all.
Your statement you made about, I feel like he was hunting people, I think also goes for this time right here. What else do you remember about that?
I just know that whenever something happened, we didn't have a way, he would make it where we had a way.
Okay, well,
Carolina.
the time with the white car.
Like he was.
The time with the white car, when he got the white car. What else do you remember about that? Because there's more.
She's incarcerated with our Sarah Boone.
I mean, I know, somebody got hurt.
Okay, what do you remember about that? What did you hear? That's what did you see?
Gunshot.
You heard a gunshot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Where were you when you heard that?
I was.
Is the dog of dogs? Hey, Lumiere.
And they came straight back, and I was made to drive.
Yes.
And there was someone back.
Can you remember kids? Like, when you say you remember kids, do you mean like a bus stop?
That's what I seen in front of me whenever I got behind the wheel.
Okay, so you remember kids like a bus stop, like kids waiting to go to school.
Right.
And then you remember a church.
Yes.
And then you remember a stop sign and turning left.
Yes.
And then you remember a blinking light, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't either,
All those
Kim.
memories that you have right there.
Yes.
I mean, it's not easy to get past
are from
those.
the exact point where you heard the gunshot. You weren't tied to a tree. Were you in the car then when you heard the gunshot in the black car?
No, was not.
Yeah, nothing happened
I was
there.
not in the car. I was not. I was close by, but I was not in the car. Someone else was with him. He met somebody. I don't know who. They had masks. Full masks.
Agree. This is forever. This is forever, Wanda.
It's like a beanie.
Okay. What color was it?
Black beanie.
Black. It would cover the full face with the exception of maybe the eyes or something? Or?
Full face.
Okay.
Very, very shallow.
This might be one of her lies.
Gloves, all black.
Well, she works in the legal library at Lowell Annex. So they're not friends, but she helps people. So, Sarah's not one to turn down free help or help that someone else is paying for.
Well, when you were driving in the black car, at the point where you remember the kids at the bus stop, you with me? Okay. And at that point you were driving the black car.
Yes.
Correct?
Not friend.
Where was Billy in the white car?
Legal.
Okay. And you were following him, so you saw the kids?
Yes.
And then as you turned by the kids, is that when you saw the church?
Yes.
Okay, go with me on this. And you're driving down the
She's
road.
working on her
You
appeal,
guys are
this
driving
one,
pretty fast.
second appeal.
And then you came to the stop sign. And it was a main road right there, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah,
You
you'd
got to
think,
that main
but
road,
she's
you
also
turn
very
left.
lazy.
Okay. And then where did you go from there?
Hey, Sky flashed.
Parking lot. I don't remember any stores though.
Okay, so you were in a large parking lot.
Yeah, very far side of it, very far side. I can't make out any of it. It wasn't,
Wow, Miss.
it wasn't big like, it wasn't big
Murder,
like,
yes.
like Winn-Dixie here
Yeah.
or something like that.
So like a
It was
strip mall.
big, yeah, and that's where the.
Still same
that's where
chick.
The one vehicle stayed and
Okay.
we left.
And that's when Billy was getting stuff out of the black car and he was having you get some stuff out of the black car.
That's
And he
very
grabbed you
sad.
by the hair.
Yeah, because I wasn't doing it right.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I guess I wasn't.
No,
doing
Kim, a
what
lot of
you
people
wanted
feel
me
that
to
way.
get Or whatever, you know, or, I don't know.
Okay.
I know every chance he had, he said it on me.
Alright. So you remember, okay. Maybe I'm just like, was there somebody else in the white car with you?
No.
No?
No, it wasn't.
So that other person was in the black car with you? And where did he go once you guys got
He
into the
stayed
white car?
with the other vehicle, a black car.
Okay.
I guess to clean it down and wipe it off.
So he stayed with the black car when you left the parking lot?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Was he a white guy, a black
I
guy?
have no idea, I honestly
You
don't.
never saw his face?
No, never saw
What
his
kind of
face.
gun did he have?
Hit the bed. Night night.
He handed Billy back one of his. So.
Okay, so Billy gave him one of his guns. Okay.
I think she said. I'm not sure
And that's all I remember.
what she said.
And
I think
I
world.
almost couldn't make it out of it. Make it out of the hotel. Where just,
Let me ask you something real quick. Would you mind if I take a swab?
I think the reason she won't be able to help Sarah much is for the same reason nobody can help Sarah, and the reason that Sarah had to create pretend judge, because Sarah doesn't like the truth. And if this woman tells her, you know, my first appeal took 2 years, or I'm waiting for my second appeal for 2 years, whatever it is, this can take years. That's not of help to Sarah, because Sarah doesn't take that information and learn from it. Sarah writes Krennic a letter, you know. Also, I would imagine that she's heard something about Sarah Boone's case at this point, and, you know.
Of your mouth and just collect your DNA. Are you good with that, dear? Okay. It won't take just a second. I know if you've had this done before.
yeah, the hospital.
Oh, they did it today in the hospital?
Yeah, yeah.
It just won't take just a second. You don't mind?
Yeah, me too, Detective.
Mary, how did you hear about the thing at the Emerald Sands?
TV.
TV?
Caught it here and there, yeah.
Did you know any of the victims?
No.
You didn't know Alicia Greer?
No.
How about Jacqueline Moore?
I don't think she was with him for those two.
Didn't know.
You didn't know?
Didn't know.
She didn't know them, I don't believe.
And he kept on saying when he first came and he had the injury to his head, you were talking about, he kept on saying that it was an accident. But later on you felt like he was hunting people. Did you ever put the two of those things together?
This guy kind of sounds like he's from New York.
Yeah, but they're not saying nothing. I mean, I wouldn't be
Yeah,
saying
she
this
should.
in front of you right now today, I guarantee. Guarantee I would have said something.
All right. You know, I don't know how this is going to play out, all right? But I'd like to see it expedited as fast as possible. We'd like to bring you back down to Florida rather than up here. Your family's down there.
I would really like to see my babies.
All right. The state attorney is going to ask for them to expedite your extradition back to Florida. Would you oppose that? In other words, come back to Florida with us.
Yeah, I'd love to come back to Florida with y'all.
Okay. We're going to try to make that happen in the next couple days, okay?
You can stay here.
Yeah, until you have to go in front of a judge or a magistrate up here. I don't know what the rules in Georgia are, but
Doesn't he sound like he's got a New York accent?
For you to come back to Florida, okay?
Yeah, and she doesn't like the truth. She doesn't want to hear that it can take years.
Okay.
She's in a rush.
We still have to check some things out. We still have to look into more things, okay? I mean, you know, this is all expired over the last week, and a lot has happened in a week's time. All right, but you'd accommodate the idea of coming back to Florida with us? Okay. And let's touch back a little bit on the black car.
Detective, it's amazing.
If I were to tell you that
You think?
numerous people saw you and Billy following the person in the white car to her home, where the white car was taken.
He drove the car.
And Billy drove what, from the black car?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay, and listen.
Except for
listen, you were with them because you guys are seeing it, okay? Hang on.
They took down the
Understand, hear me out.
down the road.
Hear me out. And then Billy got out of the car. Okay, we're aware of this.
Yeah.
And then is that when you backed the car up to the driveway and that's when you heard the gunshot?
Yeah.
Okay, so you backed the black car into the driveway where the white car was, and that's when you heard the gunshot. Is that what you're telling me?
I was right down, I was like right there.
Just next to the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't see anything.
Okay, so when you pulled in the driveway after hearing the gunshot, was Billy already getting in the white car? What was happening?
It was already in it.
Okay, what happened after that?
Gas didn't totally follow him.
Okay, so that's when you followed. So,
I had to.
so Mary, just look at.
I think she may have. She had a few injuries.
There wasn't a third person there. It was just you, Billy, right?
Right.
Okay.
In my head.
And then when you guys got to it's actually a food tiger where the parking lot was. There's surveillance of both you guys, Billy getting out of the white car and unloading stuff out of the black car. You getting out of the black car and helping to move stuff from the black car to the white car as well, and then you both get in the white car and leave.
Yeah, you see where he gets mad at me.
So like I said, there was never a third person up there.
No.
This is where he
Why did you tell me?
busts her on the lie about the third person.
Well, I understand you're scared, and I mean, the truth makes more sense than the story at this point, you know, and I mean,
That's the truth.
okay. Well, thank
And
you.
that's the only thing I know is from.
Thank you for being honest.
I'm scared.
I know you are. I
I've
know.
never been in a situation like this before. Ever.
I've never done anything like this before.
You would kill me. You would kill me.
Mary, let me reiterate some of the other things and go over some of the stuff that we've already talked about.
Okay.
And when you guys left there from the Greers, from the food tiger there in the parking lot, and you drove into Pensacola, correct?
When, I don't remember now. I think we went from there. We went to, we went towards Crestview.
You went towards Crestview. Okay. When you left the Greers there, that morning that you dropped that car off, okay, when y'all drove out of there, Billy driving the car and you were sitting on the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You drove into Pensacola and you went straight to the Burger King on Pine Forest Road.
Okay, we could have.
No, you did.
Okay. I mean, I'm not real good with that out that way, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not.
Well, sure you are,
And I'm
because,
shaking up already.
well, listen to me. You're more familiar with it than you're trying to lead us to believe that you are. Because you know that there's a gas station there. You know that there's a Hardee's there.
Yeah, there is a Hardee's there.
And what else is there? At that intersection, what else is there?
Shell.
Oh, what?
Shell.
Okay, and what else is there?
Tom and I guess it could be Burger King
Okay,
or McDonald's.
okay.
Anything else that you can think of?
The interstate.
Okay. Anything else you can think of that's right there? You've named just about every business that's there, so you're very familiar with what's right there. Absolutely. So you guys went through the drive-through at Burger King. You never went to Destin that day.
We did go to Destin.
Oh, sure. I know you went to Destin. That's been proven. We know that you went to Destin. You told us that.
Yeah,
that
Carolina.
You went down there and you guys went shopping, and on the way back you went to the Walmart and Crestview or to a gun store. I think it was in the Phoenix Springs.
We went down south.
So
We went down south.
right.
We rented some places down south.
Carolina, is it less,
First, we tried to make sure that we went in
like-
with me, so the far side over there.
do you have to, are you being alerted as much for
he hit on me and he said I was making
bad words or whatever it was, whatever it
I
is?
was making pot and this and that, and I kept telling him I ain't done nothing. I'm not criminal.
And you don't like to make mistakes.
I mean, I just, not when you get hit on, no.
And I completely understand that. I completely understand that. So when you guys left the Burger King, where did you go? From Pine Forest Road and the interstate right there, where did you go?
We went driving around towards Crestview and, okay, let's see. I remember after we got that car, we went out towards Shalimar and Crestview and all that, and that's the.
All right. Then when did you decide to go all the way from Pensacola to Destin, Shalimar area, and turn around and go all the way back to Mobile?
That was Billy. We took a shower.
Yeah,
No,
Dale,
ma'am, I'm
you really
asking
see
you,
what
when-
people are made of,
When
and
did you
it's,
decide to do that? At
when
what
it's not
particular
good, it
time?
is not good.
That's just what he did.
Okay, so 7:35 in the morning, you go through the drive-through at Burger King and you get something.
Then we ride around, and we end up in Destin, Shalimar. It took us because he got lost,
Okay.
you know. And I'm not familiar with the area, you know. I'm doing my best, you know, as I'm getting hit, you know. And he's telling me I need to quicken up. I don't even know where the hell we're at.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
So what takes you from Destin, Shalimar back to Mobile?
A gun. The gun.
Okay, so you go to Mobile and purchase this gun.
We're on that way outskirts. Through the tunnel way out there.
What time of day is this?
It's night already.
Oh, it's night. So
Yeah.
did you spend all day in Crestview?
No, he got the hotel. The hotel key is still in my purse. It is still in my purse right now.
All right.
To the motel that we only stayed a couple of hours or whatever at.
So you drove to Destin, you get another motel.
It was on the outside of Shalimar. It's not even in Destin. But
All right.
we went through all that Destin and all that.
So you drive over, let's clarify, you drive over to Okaloosa County, you guys get a hotel room, and you spent several hours there. Would you say, was it all day? Was it half the day?
oh, good, I'm glad. Thank you for telling me.
It was half the day.
Okay, and then what happens?
And for everything,
He's going
Carolina.
to the shopper and he finds where there's a gun that he wants to purchase.
Okay. And then, okay, so tell me about that.
So then he has me call the guy and get directions. He takes the directions from me.
All right, and then y'all drove to where? All the way to Mobile? All right.
On the other side of Mobile, through the tunnel, to the country.
Is it dark outside right now?
Yes, way dark. Yes.
And then you purchased the gun for him,
Yes.
and then you guys come back.
No, we stopped somewhere.
So you stopped over there that night.
We stopped somewhere in the woods.
Okay, you never came back to Pensacola?
No, not that night.
Okay.
We stayed in the woods.
All right,
He
well,
drugged me and we stayed in the woods.
all right. And then, so how did you end up back to Pensacola?
The next morning, he got up and he drove.
Okay, that's not true. And I'll tell you why.
No, he did.
Mary, listen to me, that's not true, and I'll tell you why, because, Mary, let me talk, okay?
Okay.
I didn't interrupt you, sweetheart, so don't interrupt me, okay? Let's just respect each other a little bit, all right? That's not true.
I don't
and
like this
Let me
guy.
explain to you why. Because when you guys left that morning with that car, after Burger King, okay, I don't doubt that you went to Okaloosa County, you stayed in a hotel, and that you went back to Mobile Highway, or back to Mobile to buy that gun. But you guys came back. That car, you only had that car for one day. We recovered that car that morning.
Got to the interstate. We had stopped. He drugged me. I'm telling you, whenever I came to, we were coming out of the woods.
Okay, Mary,
We were.
all the driving around you guys were doing. Just gonna be honest, okay? We found the 2 large
Yeah, me
garbage bags
too.
of weed you guys have in the hotel. Were you guys collecting money?
And Larry Powers hasn't been around, but I think he was sick. I mean, okay, stable, but you know.
Money and selling weed? Was he selling drugs?
No, he wasn't.
What was he planning on doing with these 2 large bags of marijuana you guys have in
It's
your
not
hotel?
marijuana, it's spice. And
So that's all spice.
He's smoking it.
So
He's also
he not once that during the time you were with him was selling spice as you guys were driving all over God's green earth.
No, it's no.
Why did you get rolling?
He was having it.
So he could smoke it.
What was the purpose of rolling it? He was going to sell it.
He was smoking it.
Just
He had a pocket full of money.
so as
He
fast as
had
you
a
could roll
lot of
it.
cash.
As fast as you could roll
He
these
was
joints.
smoking it.
And he was smoking it.
And he was smoking it. And he was smoking it. And he was smoking it.
So he was high on spice the whole time?
Yeah.
Was he making you smoke spice too?
No, I didn't smoke any spice. He didn't even want to share any spice with me. That was his. He wanted to roll.
So what was he sharing with you?
Yeah, Miss, the same thing happens to me.
And it was some type of.
I don't get it.
Making it right in front of you?
I seen a little brown pill one time they crumbled up. No, it wasn't making it in front of me. He was, you know, kind of off to the side or whatever. You know, hit me. You know, I'll be holding my face.
Am I the only one who doesn't love this detective?
Stuff, you know. So I know he was putting pills in it.
Okay. Let me throw out a couple of more names here. You know a Jacqueline Lockhart? How about Raymond Hunter?
Raymond, I do know Raymond Hunter.
During this time, were you in contact with Raymond Hunter?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge, was the guy you were with make contact with him?
Really? No.
No? Okay, because he was arrested this morning.
So?
With a .38 caliber gun, and he's stolen a truck. He's coming towards where we thought you would be. You hadn't been in contact with him. Because, I mean, at one time he lived with you, correct? Okay.
That's good. But no, I had no knowledge of that. None whatsoever.
Yeah, he's a dick.
All my babies.
And the other one is just there to sneeze and cough.
Other than the fact that you kind of spun that little tale about the
Spun that little tail.
Is there anything, and
I don't like him.
you know, certain things come back to haunt us. Is there anything else that you want to change or alter from what you've told us? Anything you may have omitted, anything that you may have kind of skirted the truth about, that you want to get on the record and be correct at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Mary, you need to understand before you answer completely.
Thank you.
Okay, understand. These questions we're asking, we pretty much have the answers to them, and we have evidence to back up a lot of the answers we already know about. We just want you to be honest.
All right.
And I want you to concentrate on that time that you guys got the last car. I really want you to
Yeah.
concentrate on
Happened
that.
so fast. Happened so fast.
How long do you think Billy was in that house?
Didn't seem like it was that long, but it could have been longer than that.
I mean, this asshole left her to, you know,
Was she really talking
whatever.
back
Probably
to
for the
Billy?
best.
What
Oh,
kind of
good.
things
Oh,
was
yeah,
she
that's good
saying?
to know.
She was
Thank you.
like, no, don't take that. And he's like, he was hungry, and she was kind of loud.
She's doing all this inside of her house?
Well, she had a porch, I see, and then she had a door going into her house.
And you were right there on that porch area, or did you
Yes,
actually
Kim,
go
I
inside
agree.
the house?
He just,
And Mary,
At one point, I actually went inside the house.
Okay.
And grabbed
I don't know if
I'm
this is a
glad that
different
you-
guy
that
than
you
they
said
started
that,
with.
okay, because that
I think they
eliminated
started
that.
with the guy who was
and then
sneezing and,
food.
Okay.
And grabbed some bags of food.
So,
He wanted me to hire her up for what night?
Mary, what, I want you to tell
Good
me
cop,
some
bad
more
cop.
about, okay? Now, I'm Billy, I'm in the house with you. Tell me what's going on. What are we doing?
Lily said, just need some food, and I need the keys to the car. Well, the keys to the car, he already had the keys to the car. He was like,
Me neither.
Mary, you grab some of this, grab some of that.
Some of what?
Some bread.
food. She just told you you asked.
Some lunch meat, some cheese, some cookies, stupid stuff.
Right.
Stupid stuff. I mean,
And what's Mary doing?
grabbing it.
Okay.
And I have to. He's got two freaking guns. One on me and one on her. I mean,
And you said something about tying her up.
yeah, he told me to tie her up. I said, I'm to tie her up. He's like, fuck it, and, you know, he hits me, and you know, I get to where I'm almost out the door with this stuff, you know, and I was gonna keep running if I could get out the door, you know what I mean?
Right, Cal,
And he
yeah.
stops me there.
And
he
this
says-
is the opposite
he
of
says,
that.
"Pick up that rope and give it to me." And I'm looking at the phone and I say, I'm so sorry. I said, I'm sorry. I said, he's hungry and
Where was the rope at?
right this is my porch.
On the front porch. And so did you get it?
He was right there.
I understand, but
I was bent down and got it.
so you bent down and picked it up and you handed it to Billy?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
He said that he was just
Wow,
like,
Miss Miss.
Okay. At one point in time, did you guys use the shoestrings or the bootlaces or whatever, the black cord, or was that another like
They're supposed to at least ask you what you're doing to make sure you're not driving.
the white rope? Now, understand that you have children of your own, right?
Yes.
Did you see the child in there?
No.
Did you hear the child?
I didn't.
And you care a lot about your baby.
Now, see, I seen the car seat after we left.
Okay.
And I got upset. And he told me that there was a kid.
Well, his girlfriend is dead now.
Let's touch on that a little bit, okay? You love your babies, right? They mean the world to you, don't they? And you know that Kayla loved her babies probably as much as, at
And
least
she
as
had
much as
2
you
or 3
do.
children.
We can agree about that.
Yes.
Now, knowing that now, and knowing what Billy told you, Kayla wasn't going out without a fight, right? Was she fighting you guys?
She was fighting him.
Oh, I guess she was there for that. I didn't realize that.
And Billy
That's
couldn't really
changes.
tie her up by himself.
Yes, they started there.
I was not.
So you didn't help tie her up at all?
In the back, I tied a little bow. I mean, to where she could get out. To where she could get out. Come on now, you know what I mean?
Did he ask you to hold her hands for him so he could tie her? Did he ask you to hold her legs to keep her from kicking him?
No.
Listen to me, Mary.
He asked her, he said, where do you want to be set? She said that she wanted to go to her room and that she would hold her legs up so he could tie them.
Okay, listen to me, okay?
I wasn't in the house though after that. I grabbed the stuff, went outside, and then I heard a gunshot. I did hear a gunshot.
Hang on 1 second, okay? I'm not here to judge you by any means, okay? We just want the truth from you. That's all we're looking to get from you, okay? Now, when Billy tied her up, or when you guys tied her up, because you helped tie her up, you said you tied the bow in the back, even though she could get it out if she wanted to.
Yes.
Okay. So, did you guys do that in the living room area, in the kitchen area?
Kitchen area.
So you tied her up in the kitchen.
He tied her up, and I just did the bow.
Okay. And so then how did Kayla get from the kitchen
Wow,
to
Miss
the
Miss.
bedroom?
Now, I have no idea with that, because he'd already give me the, just a Dr. Pepper, a thing of drinks.
Was it ever
right
solved?
there at her table, right there. And, she told me to get those, and he handed me a bag with some stuff in it. And he told me to go outside.
Did you try to get any clothes or anything too?
No.
You didn't try to swap clothes or change clothes or out or anything like that with Kayla?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
Did you?
I did not.
Was the guns loaded at that particular time?
Yes, he always kept them loaded.
He did. Did he have to reload the gun or anything like that?
Not yet, Sky Flash. I haven't looked out my
While he
window.
was standing there in the kitchen, did he fumble and make a mistake
I wasn't,
and something?
no, not to my knowledge, I wasn't in there. I mean, I'm telling you, in the kitchen, after I tied that, this is honest to God, no, I'm telling you, it was okay after I tied that. Okay, he told me to reach down to get the Dr. Pepper and to get the 12
Yeah, a little bit,
drinks.
seriously.
And he had some bread and stuff and everything in a bag. He said, get that and go to the car. Okay? He had a box in his hand, and he had the gun.
Describe the box to me.
It was just a box, just a
Cardboard box or a wood box?
cardboard box.
Okay.
I call it a fat moon.
It was a cardboard box.
Okay.
Okay? I went outside and I threw the stuff in the car, and before I could turn around, I hear gunshots. I freeze, and he comes out. And he's locking doors behind him.
Well, if you guys have tied her up, you know, and you love your babies, her baby's in there. And that
I don't
baby's
know.
away because
I wasn't, look, I'm telling you, I didn't witness any.
Mary, listen to me.
Anything
Okay?
like-
Listen to me. We know that the baby's awake because Kayla's getting ready to go to work. She's got to go to
The
work.
baby is not moved or nothing. I seen a bunch of blankets and stuff there.
Where?
You know, in like this little crib area.
Okay.
Like that, when you walk through right there, but I did not see baby.
All right, so you saw
Fat
the blankets and everything where the crib was.
Yes.
My
Okay, and
rapper name.
That's where you and Billy put Kayla. Correct?
No, when I walked out of that house, with the bags of stuff, she was in the kitchen.
Okay, then how did you see the blankets in the crib?
Because when I walked by to go out,
Yeah,
okay, 'cause it
LW.
has a
I
porch,
and
then it
yes.
has a room, then you come through right there, into the kitchen.
Right.
There's a crib, and then the kitchen.
Let me show you something real quick, okay? And I'm no artist by any means, but I want to give you an understanding. This is the trailer right here. This is the doorway that you come in at,
Interesting,
right?
Miss. I'm glad
this
that
is
they
a porch.
at least found who's
Everyone's still into
responsible.
this, correct?
Okay, no, okay.
Oh my God.
No, wait a second. Now this is the living room area, right in here. This is the living room.
Well, he's been giving her a hard time
There's
for a
a
while.
table. Listen to me, sweetheart.
I don't like the
finish
sweetheart
explaining
thing.
to you, okay, and then you'll understand
Hi,
where I'm
Linda.
coming from. There's a table. You described that table as being right here, with all this stuff on it. This is the kitchen cabinets, right? They come around like this. And there's stuff laying here on the floor and stuff like that. There's a TV over here on the wall. That room that you're describing is right here.
Yes.
Okay?
With the little baby crib right there.
Right. And the little baby crib
It's right there.
sits right there.
Right. And there's a refrigerator by the table.
Right.
Okay.
And then, wait a second. And then there's
Yes,
another
V.
bedroom
Lopez,
and a bathroom
exactly.
back here.
About that.
Well, I'm just telling you, there's another bedroom and bathroom back here.
Yeah, Kim.
So if you're in the kitchen area right here,
Okay, we came in through from right here. Okay, there's a little right here. Right here. Where this room is, there's a room right here.
okay,
There's a room right here. Like right there.
all right.
Okay, and there's a door. You come in right here.
Mm-hmm.
You go in this room. Okay, and right in here.
All
That
right.
was the only places that I went right here.
And when
That's it.
you guys came into this room like this, where did you guys confront Kayla? Where was she at when y'all came in?
He was already.
He already had her?
He already had her.
Okay. What in the world did Kayla say to me?
All right, I'm gonna go look. It's right
I
next to me.
wasn't
Hang
in there.
on.
I swear to God, I wasn't in there. He made me leave with the bags. He made me leave with the bags. I was not in there. I swear to God, I wasn't in there. I swear I wasn't. I swear I wasn't. I was not in there. I was not in there.
Well, Mary, we're right there. We're right there.
Look,
You
I
understand
was right outside. I was not in there. I was not in there. He comes out and he said she shouldn't have backtalked and she shouldn't have done it.
So she had to say something because when Billy comes out,
Set him off.
okay.
Yeah.
So when Billy comes out, what does he say to you?
He said she was gonna call him up. I couldn't trust her.
Okay, and what else did she
He
say?
didn't say what she said. He didn't. He just said that she upset him.
All right. Let's
Well,
go back a little bit
it's
before
dark
you
here and I
guys
don't
ever
see no
make it
more.
there. When you're coming
That's
through
the
those
city
woods
for
right
you.
there, describe those woods to me, because
Yeah,
from the
LW.
time that you guys left out of the nature trail from that house to the point that you got to that house, describe walking through those woods.
Yeah, like you said.